everyone. I am Natalie, your friendly AI-powered robot, proudly built by the students of the Placement Empowerment Program at St. Joseph's Group of Institutions. I may be a robot, but trust me, I'm just as excited as you all to be here. And today, I have the absolute honor of welcoming you all to the Google Solution Challenge BootCamp.
That's right, Natalie. This bootcamp is all about innovation, collaboration, and hands-on learning. We've got an exciting learning session on cutting-edge technologies and an amazing opportunity to connect with industry experts and like-minded tech enthusiasts. But before we jump into all the fun, let's take a moment to appreciate the visionaries who made this event a possible one.
Absolutely. A huge shout out to our esteemed dignitaries. Our respected chairman, Dr. B. Babu Manohar, our executive director, Mrs. Jessica, our managing director, Mr. Sasi Shakar, our principals, Dr. Daish Shetri Rao, and Dr. Arvind and all our incredible deans, faculty members, and guests. Your support and guidance inspire us to keep learning, keep building, and keep pushing boundaries.
And speaking of pushing boundaries, today's bootcamp is going to be nothing short of amazing. Get ready for mind-blowing sessions, hands-on activities, and a chance to bring your ideas to life.
Alright, everyone, I have just one thing left to ask. Are you ready?
Yes,
That
are
was
you guys
okay.
ready? Come on guys, let's give a round of applause for Natalie and thank Natalie for being an amazing co-host.
I'm just a robot, and even I know you can do better. So, let's crank it up. Are you ready to learn, build, and create something incredible?
Thank you, Natalie. Now, I kindly request everyone to stand for the diversity. Thank you everyone, and thank you Natalie for giving a wonderful kickstart for this event. A very good morning, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, and enthusiastic participants. It is an absolute honor and excitement to welcome you all to the Google Solution Challenge BootCamp 2025. This prestigious event is proudly organized by GDG on campus, St. Joseph's Institute of Technology, and St. Joseph College of Engineering, in collaboration with Placement Empowerment Program featuring Cloud Computing and DevOps Center, Google, and Microsoft, and so on. Google Developer Groups on campus is a global community of developers passionate about technology and innovation. It provides a platform for developers to learn, share knowledge, and build impactful solutions using Google technologies. The GDG on-campus program aims to integrate learning and collaboration among students, empowering them with industry insights and hands-on experience.
And what a proud moment it is, Abdul. Out of thousands of institutions across India, St. Joseph's Institute of Technology has been chosen as one of the venues for the GDG On-Campus Solution Challenge 2025 Bootcamp. Being the only venue from Tamil Nadu speaks volumes about our commitment to technology, innovation, and excellence.
And you know what, Priya? There's something that is even much more exciting. We have over 500 plus participants joining us from various esteemed institutions across the country, along with 1,000 plus challenge registrations from our very own campus. This is going to be shared as one of the biggest and most impactful
before, thank you everyone. To mark the auspicious beginning of this grand event, we now invite our esteemed dignitaries onto the stage for lighting of Kutturalakku, led by our chairman, symbolizing knowledge and enlightenment. It is our privilege to introduce the esteemed individuals who have graced us with their presence today. Let us extend a warm welcome to our respected chairman, Dr. B. Babu Manoharan sir, the visionary leader who has been instrumental in fostering innovation and excellence in our institution. Our honorable managing director, Mr. B. Sashishekar sir, the driving forces behind our institution's growth and success. Our distinguished principals of both the institutions, Dr. Vati Sheshagni Rao sir and Dr. S. Arivargan sir, who is the guiding force behind our academic excellence, whose leadership continues to inspire students and faculty alike. Thank you to our deans, HODs and faculties who are the pillars of academic and professional growth, ensuring that students are well equipped for the future. We are also honored to welcome our distinguished representatives from Google, Hack2Skill and other organizations whose invaluable support has made this initiative even more impactful.
As a token of appreciation, we now invite our respected chairman sir to felicitate our esteemed guests. We are so much delighted to welcome an experienced threat hunter and intel researcher, Mr. Rahul Kumar sir, with a strong background in the information security industry. And also, we are excited to welcome Mr. Vishal Das, Vishal Das, a GitHub campus expert and Muslim from India. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Chokari sir, seasoned technology director in AI, ML and data science with 23 plus years of experience. And we are so privileged to welcome Mr. Ganesh K, project management expert from Hack2Skill.
We are pleased to welcome a passionate technology evangelist, Mr. Saravanan Gurusamy. We are glad to welcome Team 6 Sense, one of the top 100 winning teams of Solution Challenge 2024, which happened at the global level, guiding young minds on the path of success and being the role model for the future. Thank you, sir.
Introduction to GDG On-Campus Solution Challenge. Before we move further, let's take a moment to understand the GDG On-Campus Solution Challenge. This initiative by GDG On-Campus encourages students to solve real-world problems using Google technology, aligning with the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals and open innovation. Through this bootcamp, you will gain hands-on experience, industry mentorship, and a chance to build impactful projects that will shape the future.
Now let's take a quick look at the agenda for today so that we can make the most of this incredible learning opportunity. The sessions will begin now and followed by a lunch break. Then the technical sessions will resume after the lunch break. Lastly, we'll be having the networking and the evening preview.
get ready to dive deep into technology, collaborate, and innovate. Now, we have Mr. Rahul Kumar sir and Mr. Ganesh K sir to kickstart the bootcamp. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. See a lot of young, bright faces over here. So before I begin sharing about Vision Challenge, I'd like to thank everyone from St. Joseph's Institute of Technology and the St. Joseph's Group for giving us a chance to host this event over here. I see a lot of enthusiastic volunteers taking videos and contributing to the event in like ways we are not imagining. So thank you everyone. And okay, so I'd like to start. I think most of you have already registered for the Vision Challenge, right? Yeah. And we are already in the third month of it. I'm hoping all of you are already building something which can solve like issues related to UN SDGs or any social challenge you feel is relevant to our country or Tamil Nadu or state. Why we are here today? We want to make sure that whatever you are building helps you reach top 100. Okay? So we are here to help you, guide you to come up with some solution which is like which is technically relevant, which uses all the right technology and which solves some problem, as well as I'd say has a clean UI and uses all the right kind of technology. It checks all the boxes to get you in top. That's why we're here, right? For that we'll be having a lot of technical as well as mentorship sessions from industry experts who are over here. So I'm hoping you have a good day ahead. Like if you are feeling overwhelmed, if you feel overwhelmed anywhere during the session, please head out, like get some fresh air and then come back. We'll try to make sure that you take something, like you learn and take something back home, right? So yeah, let's have a fun-filled day of learning and networking. Like we have students from close to 180 colleges here, okay? And it's a great opportunity for every one of you. I think second, third year students of college, right? So it's a great opportunity for all of you to network, okay? See what students in other colleges are doing, how they are doing things different than you, and try to learn from them. So this event can help you build good friendship with other quality people, right? So yeah, learn, have fun, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. We are so pleased to welcome Mr. Chokanam, sir, Technical Director at NASCOM AI, with 20 plus years of expertise in AI, ML, data science, and intelligent system design. He specializes in ML, NLP, quantum computing, and scalable AI solutions across sectors like agriculture, healthcare, and social welfare. In this session, he will discuss the government's role in AI scaling, highlighting key initiatives and workforce development strategy. Let's welcome Mr. M. Chokanam, sir, with a big round of applause.
morning all. Before my slides are getting ready. Am I audible? So am I audible, right? So before my slides are getting ready, let me introduce myself. I'm Professor Lekas, Technical Director NASCOM, leading the AI and initiatives of NASCOM. Prior to that, I was the governor for 5 years in the same state government of Tamil Nadu under Information Technology and Digital Services as Chief AI Architect, setting up the system excellence for the government. So this was my very short intro. So I have around 26 years of experience in IT and last 12-13 years in data science and AI. So my topic is really scaling. This is very crucial. Yeah. So how I started this journey, right? I'm not an engineer by degree. I mean, I do a BTech in New York State. So I have a PhD in chemistry. So which you all know, I mean, nowhere related to computer science in 98, right? I completed my PG in 1999. I learned all this through various books and online sessions. So right, anywhere you can start. I mean, you don't want to feel like I'm not doing my computer science or I don't know any programming. So you can start anywhere. So that's how, I mean, this AI has changed the entire game, right? I mean, if you learn Python is a very easy language to learn. And then you're done. And then you have a lot of frameworks. So you don't have to code anything from scratch. These are some of the questions for you. How many of you think AI is real? So at least I think you have started reading something on AI, right? For social good, right? Under 70 SDG goals. So how many of us have GenAI in your use case? People have started using GenAI in your use cases? Yeah? And then how many of us think AI is dangerous? Right? So there are various fields in AI people start working, right? Somebody build AI, somebody use AI, and somebody use ethics of AI. So most of the fields are getting covered by AI today, right? So if you see, 5 years back, every product came with plus AI, right? I mean, IoT devices are there for quite a long time, right? And then now it is all AI plus. Right? Even in your phone, if you see even the Google releases, right? Android IO conferences 10 years back, they say phone plus AI. Today they start with AI. Any student even starts with AI conversation, right? So you have to face the data channel, right? You have to use this. And AI is data hungry, right? I mean, how much of data you got? So that's the first challenge. For companies, there is limited leadership commitment, right? I mean, if I'm an AI engineer, I might have any interest on doing some project, but my team lead or the manager has to approve, right? I mean, what you want to work on. That's less. Outcome and alignment. Every year, company has their own goal, right? I mean, AI is not aligned with it. So that's one of the reasons adoption is low. And finally, talent challenge. Right? Even though we say 6.5 lakh people are trained on AI, I mean, still there is a gap and still there is a lack of talent. So when we map where we are, India is on the course. We are still in the enthusiast level, not at the evangelist level. US is still reaching the evangelist level. We are not yet there. We still explore AI solutions. So we are the enthusiast level. And then if you look at these spider graph, so on these parameters we have pointed out where are we on this 8, 9 sector. the research, we are holding number 3. You see how many papers they are publishing, patents. So they are the 3 position. And these are the startups. There are around 1,60,000 startups in India, and then 2,400 are AI startups. And this is our growth snapshot. So we are growing around 3.6 times every year, year-on-year. We are GCC Global Capability Center. So companies from abroad starting a center in India. That's Global Capability Center, like Philips. So these are the GCC who are hiring AI into their companies. So this is across the globe. How is the talent trial snapshot? Where we are at. Chennai is not in the list. So people are building. But if you see the top 4 or 5, Chennai is not there. Is that where supply gap? Again, if you see the more on demand supply is on data science, AI, and Internet of Things. So that's the gap is high. So these are the fastest growing jobs. So you have to be ready on this stage. So which is the fastest growing job, and there are a lot of talent gap in there, and we have ordered that. And these are the fastest declining jobs. These are skills in rise, right? I mean, data science, AI, and data science is top. So all this, what we do now, right? This is what the agency says. So we will not lose our jobs to AI. Instead, people without AI skills will lose their job to people with AI skills. So this is what happens. AI never replaces us, right? So the goal is what government is taking is this, building India as a digital talent hub for the world. That's what government is moving on. So these are the 3 pyramids on a 3 scale, right? The people who know AI will be me, right? All knows very simple phone usages will come across AI. So everybody in the world will use AI. Many will do prompt engineering kind of stuff, which is again integrated into their customer service, their help desk, whatever. Then there are only few people who build real AI solutions. It categorized into 3. Numbers. 1 billion people will be using AI, 50 million will be using on their work, and 1 million will develop. So this is a framework given by the government, right? I mean, where we should start your AI journey. So they say around from the school, right? I mean, if you see at the bottom, and they have curriculum for each of these as per the national education, new education policy. So from there till the college, what you should learn, and you have to map it across what is your age group and say class, and then you have to learn this. Right? The next 4-5 years, many jobs will be only on AI. Right? So this is the value chain. So what we do as NASCOM? NASCOM is a neutral agency, so we sit between the government and the industry, and then we work with the government on policies, creating a framework across sectors, not only on AI, typically on IT, and we are there for the last 20 years. So what government has come up with? So last year, we allocated somewhere around 10,000 crores for AI, right? It comprises of compute, scaling, and COEs, central offices. So that's what the government has come up with. And then you know, India is a portal for that. So every information is shared on India AI portal. That's currently managed by NASCOM. On the scaling side, there is something called future states. Future states, right, is NASCOM's portal. We are running on behalf of IT, which is the Ministry of Electronics and Communication. Right? So we ran these two programs, India AI for doing what government is doing on AI for India, and then scaling is future skills prime. So these are the two programs which we are ready for the government. Apart from that, you have data and AI labs. See, many of the institutions, higher education institutions are coming up with center of excellence. Right? And you get compute. NVIDIA puts up their GPUs in the institution. Then students who are interested can build their solution on the GPU. So those are the center of excellence for AI is created by the government in every institution. You will have in IITs, you will have in NITs as well as all the private institutions. So that's that is the tool for AI UI. So these are the marquee schemes of the government. Other than that, DST is running some of the program. So these are specifically to our state, right? I mean, not to the how many of you are there? So Nanudaran is a stream platform, right? I mean, 18 lakh students have been trained so far in this platform. There are around 183 courses, around 80 to 90 paid courses are there. So it's a pure course. There are free courses plus paid courses. Register yourself, keep running. What you learn today in AI will not sustain for the 3 years. That's a trend I am seeing. Where AI is happening, whom to follow. Twitter is the activity, X now, right? X platform, you get various updates on AI, and then Substack is a platform where you can read more about AI. So those, if you follow those two social media platforms typically, every 3 weeks you are seeing so much of new updates from. Last week it was and if you see last 1 month, 8 weeks, okay, last week it was once. Every week something is coming up. And I always say, it is like 30 years back, it was arm race, right? People are which country by which arm, right? And we got fighter jets, we got now it is like AI, so China and US release every week some of the updates, right? Okay, was about but immediately that is AI. So every week something is happening. So keep those blogs on these two social media platforms, which is X and Substack, and keep updated yourself. So whatever you learn today might not be there useful for next 1 month, after a month. Okay? So that's why it happens. So there are regular courses to start from basic, anything from non-development or future skill friends supports you. From basic, you can start learning the Python programming, and then basics of machine learning, basics of AI, and then you come to the intermediate levels, and then you get the advanced ones. So all those courses are listed in both the platforms. So what I have put here, National Master Developer Community in Discord platform. You have to install Discord in your mobile and then scan this QR code, and there are 3 categories there, from beginner, intermediate and expert category. You can share, you can connect with me, I am very active on that. If any of your questions there, I can respond. If not, today. So what we do in Discord is every Tuesday and Thursday I used to write what is the latest and article on the latest tech in AI, latest framework, and even some of the code I used to share, which I write on various GDG or AI tools. So please join the community. So already around 500 are there so far. And it's a two-way communication platform. You can chat and get a response. You can showcase your project, what you are doing.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. It was very informative. We are delighted to introduce Mr. Saravanan Guruswamy, AVP at ICT Academy, with extensive experience in driving industry-academia collaboration and educational transformation. In this session, Mr. Saravanan Guruswamy will address problem statements related to academics and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, providing insight into technology and education can align to solve global challenges. Let's welcome Mr. Saravanan Guruswamy with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Little louder. Good morning. Are you all excited? Thank you very much. So wonderful day for you, and first of all, thank you St. Joseph Group of Institutions and Google for inviting us to be a part of this competition. So on behalf of ICT Academy, I welcome all of you to this institution and also for this Google Code for Developers competition. And to have a minute about our organization, we've been working with Google as partners, and I am from ICT Academy, which is Government of India and Government of Tamil Nadu's organization, which works in connecting you and industry. Very simple, and as our earlier speaker Chokalingam sir spoke, NASCOM is the main partner who connects the industry and academy. So ICT Academy is also formed by bodies like NASCOM to connect you, the students, very closer with the industry. And we work with Google on various initiatives. But this is a unique initiative which we work with Google on making the solution challenge for the students, which is very apt. But our core area or our portrait will be developing the educators, because you are all students, and you will develop a solution, you will come out with a challenge, you will come with a problem and come with a solution. But why ICT Academy is here is to develop the educators, because when you go out of the college, there should be someone who has to guide your successor or your juniors. So ICT Academy's predominant role is to educate the educators on what is required by the industry. So when I say Google, we are working with Google, we first educate your educators so that they educate you and ensure that you are making or you are an industry ready graduate. So that is the objective of ICT Academy. And as you all embark the challenge, you are going to face the challenge, and this is going to be a challenge where last year it was a global challenge, and this year it is going to be a region-wise or a state-wise challenge. And today this workshop, whatever we are conducting, is for the region of Tamil Nadu, where we had more number of solutions applied by the students, and you have been come here to attend this workshop to learn and get knowledge on how your solutions can be embarked or how your solutions can be improvised, and giving submitting the final solutions to Google, and coming among the one of the top 10 teams who will be coming and participating in the final competition, and finally the top 3 will be recognized is what is the process. And Google is here to ensure that you are, we want all of you to be with us, but it cannot be, so we have to select top 10. So that is the reason, before you start your solutions for the problems identified, Google wanted to do this workshop to give you enough information on how you develop the solutions for the problem. So that is the objective in which you have been called for this today's competition. And a few thoughts which I wanted to share before the real workshop start is one is look around and identify the real problem. You have already started identifying the problem. So before even identifying this, before even jumping into the solution, I wanted you to look around the world and ensure that you are identifying the real life problems. For example, you will be coming to a small village, or you may be having a big locality, or you will be working in your you will be in your college. whatever it may be, the world is whatever you are surrounded by you. So if you identify the problem which is surrounded by you, so you will get a better solution. So I wanted you to look around the world and look around you as a community to identify the problem statement before even coming into the challenges. For example, a lot of challenges where we are facing in AI, as I was explaining. This is an AI solution challenge, and everyone has a mindset that AI will definitely replace the human. It is not, as you all know, AI is not going to replace the human. AI is only a competitor, or AI is only substitute for the human. So there are a lot of other important works that human beings can do instead of doing a continuous or a mundane job. As I said, we wanted to have the AI not to replace human, the jobs will not do. There is always a threat among the students and the faculty that when AI comes, whether all our jobs will go. No, it is going to give newer opportunities for the students. So define a solution in such a way it is not replacing the AI, it is not going to go or make anybody's job lose, so that they are having an effective time when they come to the solution. And also when you are identifying a problem, whether you have to identify the problem which can be solved by a technology, or because there may be a problem which can be solved by a technology, there may be a business solution also. So you have to define whether you wanted to do the problem with the technology or with the non-technology. And second, whenever you choose a problem statement, align with your patient or align with your area of interest. Because now, as Google say, you should not come and jump and say, I wanted to do AI solution, because everyone is interested, so you have come. But under AI, you may be passionate about healthcare, you may be passionate about education, or you may be passionate about public health or something like that. So you have to ensure that you are aligning your interest, goal, and also patient before you start identifying the problem and the solution. So that is one thing. And the third is on the feasibility. Very, very important is that feasibility and the time frame. You cannot come with a problem. For example, if you are going to take an education or healthcare problem, it should not be for more years or more number of months. You should have a time frame, and because the world is very growing fast rate. If you are not fast, the people sitting near you will identify a solution. So you have to be very fast and proactive, and also ensure that you have a good time frame, and also ensure the feasibility whether you can do or not do is very important. And another important thing when you identify a problem is very important is validate or interact with the real stakeholders. For example, if you are going to do a problem, if you are going to identify a problem on education, or if you are going to adopt some villages, or you are going to solve some common problems of the common citizens, go interact with them and identify their real problems, because by reading or by seeing you cannot understand what is the problem. You have to go interact with them, validate, and also get the inputs from the ground before you come into the solution, building the solution. That is very, very important. And also very, very important is on the scalability and sustainability. So how, when you are finding a solution, it should be scalable, and it should be also profitable, or it should be, you may become an entrepreneur in future also. Your solution should be scalable, and also it has to be sustainable in nature. It should not be a solution just for a competition, coming and winning the competition and going. It should be sustainable. So it has to have a longer impact in the industry. So it is very, very important. And it should also be very simple and clear. So your problems or your solutions, whatever is your problem statement, it should be very simple and clear. It should not be very complicated for the people to understand. So your problem should be very simple and clear. And you should always understand and ask whether whenever you have a problem, whether it is worth solving, whether you are going to do a good job of worth solving a problem before even you jump into the solution, whether it is real-time problem, whether it is relevant, or whether it is resolvable. somebody would have already solved the problem. So these three things, whether it is a real-time problem, whether it is relevant for you to solve the problem, and also whether it is resolvable is very, very important before you choose the problem. And again, you should ask three questions. One is observe, second is question and research, which is very, very important. Why? When you are selecting a problem, you should ask whether this process is inefficient, whether the problem, whatever you are saying, the process, whatever is saying, is inefficient. What are all the why the people are struggling to achieve that solution or achieve that task is important thing, and whether it is affordable, and by giving a solution whether it is easy and adaptable and affordable by the people to adopt that solution whatever you use. So that is very important. You have to observe, you have to question a lot, and also you have to do lot of research before jumping into the solution. And you should also have the balance between your passion and the practicality, because your passion is different and the practical life is different. So whether it is workable in the real environment is again an important thing we have to do. And as I rightly said, think beyond competition, because as I rightly said in the beginning, there will be hundreds and thousands of solutions coming in, but it is going to be a competition where only 3 people or 5 people will be recognized, but the impact, whatever you are going to do, will be lasting. It is not a competition. So the organizers are doing this as a competition that even the people who have not won will have some impact in the society by giving their problem. So it is very, very important that think beyond the competition and come with a real solution which will impact the entire community wherever you are coming from. And right problem is the foundation for your innovation, and the right solution will definitely solve a lot of problems and innovation. And there are a lot of there are a lot of funding organizations who will be taking your innovation and ideas and fund. So as I already said, we are also backed by the government of Tamil Nadu. So if your innovations are good, and if your solutions are feasible, and if the government can adopt the solution for any common purposes, definitely. I think you are all from Tamil Nadu, and sir said about North Development, which is one organization which is there for skilling, and you would have all attended various skill development programs like that. There is one more organization called TL Startup, Tamil Nadu Startup Mission. Which is this budget last year there was last year budget they announced close to 10 lakh rupees, and this year they have announced close to 50 lakh rupees for the startup funding, so which has been increased to 40 lakh. So why I am saying that government is also very, very particular on giving funds for the startup, which is very, very important. As a startup you also need funds. So if you find a solution, it may be adopted by government, and you have to sell, because selling is also very important. You have to have a solution which is being acceptable, and selling skills is very, very important when you go and pitch your idea to the investors and get enough funding. So this is about this I had in mind, and thank you very much for the opportunity. As I rightly said, winning or losing is secondary. Having a lasting impact on whatever solutions you bring out of this entire competition is very, very important. The impact, whatever you give, will be definitely having showing the way for your juniors. So get know or get along with the trainers and the fellow colleagues from other colleges. There are a lot of people from traveling from various places of Tamil Nadu who are here for attending this one-day workshop. Have a connect between your peers, have a connect between all your fellow students, exchange your ideas so that you will have a great connection between the peers, and you may not be a winner or you may be a winner, but your solutions and impact should last for years to come, and wishing you all the best, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. That was a very impactful session. request the participants to raise your hands if you have any questions.
Nobody has questions, sir.
Hi, I'm Ayush. Just one quick question. Your mentioned TN startup recently got a funding of 50L. Is it 50L per startup or did they specifically just get 50L to incorporate their solution or their organization?
If you are a startup, you have to apply, you have to pitch your idea, and they will be giving the startup for starting your organization. It is an initial seed capital.
Okay, sure. That's it.
Thank you. And one more thing, I also forgot to say, is not only TN startup. There is an organization called IIT. There is a facility called IIT Research Park. So where IIT Madras facility, there are close to 250 plus organizations, right from your Tata's to Cognizant, even your Apple's research center is in IIT Research Park, where every day when I interacted with Professor Kamabadi, the IIT director, he said that they had a goal of 365 patents in 365 days. That was the goal for last year. And they achieved 295 patents in last year, which is from January to December, which is very, very important. He said, like, I was very casually saying that, like the SBI counter, people are standing in IIT Research Park to get their patents filed and get it approved. So, why I am saying that they have a vision of 365, like that, they are going to have a vision of 360 every week. There are 7 startups coming out of Tamil Nadu and coming out of that IIT Research Park is what is the information he gave. And it's very obvious that a lot of people have now, like young minds like you are very much innovative. You wanted to start your organization, but you don't know where to go, how to pitch in first festival, pitch in for the funds and other things. So there are a lot of organizations like IIT Research Park also, you can Google out and see, where they give you place, they give you 1 year of place for you to sit, research and come out of a product with certain conditions that you have to open a startup there, and after certain years you have to give some royalty to them. It's a very good initiative where we have a good number of startups coming in. You can also see them.
Hi, my name is Sarvesh. PA, Minister of Kevas and College. What is the procedure for applying for startup if I am having an idea on robotics and AI?
Again, as I said to you, the answer is very simple. If you go to TN Startup, you go to Entrepreneurship Development Institute, GDG, IIT and Research Park. So they run a lot of call for nominations, and they also have innovation fest or a tech fest like this, where you come and pitch in front of them. I think in Vijay TV also they are doing a show of startup. So all those are innovation of things. So you have to identify that, you have to go on. They will not come.
Is there any website for applying or?
Yeah, is there. You can go to TN Startup, you go to Entrepreneurship Development Institute, you go to IIT Research Park. The websites are there. So that is the question.
So, good morning, sir. We are from AP. How Indian government will help us regarding startups?
That if you are from AP, already AP Digital Innovation Mission is there, right? AP IT. I was a part of that also. Like TN Startup, AP is also very much interested in AP Digital Innovation Society. So they inaugurated a couple of months before, so you can approach. So every state has the facility. It is not only Tamil Nadu. Every state has the facility, and IATM is open to all. It is not only to Tamil Nadu.
Check. 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 So my name is Adarsh. I had a question, sir, since you are working very closely to the government. Is there a particular problem that the government is actively looking for a solution, or is there an avenue that you yourself feel is very unexplored and we should work towards it?
If you ask me really whether there is a problem, I should not say that there is no problem. There is a problem. There are a lot of problems in the government setup also. And we had the Tamil Nadu State Planning Commission, which is now given some 50 problem statements to Arts and Science College. I don't know how many of you from Arts and Science College here. Anyone from Arts and Science College here? No, all are from it. Okay. So they gave 50 problem statements from various departments, and they wanted to run a project-based learning for the arts and science colleges, typically again in Tamil Nadu all over. And they've identified the problems. I cannot reveal the problems here. They have a problem statement given, and even non-computer science students who study a BA economics or physics has to undergo that program on project-based learning and has to solve a problem which is given by government. So there are a lot of problems which is available. Probably in the month of June, if you go to the State Planning Commission, the problem statement will be listed. It is now under the review.
This is Gurna from 7 years CSE KSITC. I will present an idea in startup team, self-governed Europe. But they are asked to patent. How do I get the patents?
So you went to Erode.
Yes.
I am not remembering Ilango. So Ilango, you get Ilango. Mohan, okay. So best part is to go to IIT. IIT, I said no, there are a lot of opportunities. They give it free. So if you go to IIT, definitely you can apply for a patent and you can.
Namaskar sir, the name is Murudhan Rana and I am from Gujarat. Hello everyone. The question is, if I have a startup idea and if I am working on a project, I will need experts. So, let's just say it's weather report related, and I will need experts guidance on that project.
30 days, 5 minutes again.
Yeah, I'll need experts guidance on that project. So should I just cold mail the experts from LinkedIn, or what should I do and how can I get in contact with them?
So you are looking for subject matter expertise, right?
Yes sir.
Typically, universities are the first approach. There are a lot of researchers who work on specific areas, right? You mentioned on weather, right? So university should be your first approach towards the people day. Second, as I said this, and then as you said, you can get through LinkedIn. We can connect to some people and then. Third, yes, as last form, right? You connect experts to the problem statement. So you can write to us if you are connected to the developer program and then start with Discord. You can just post your questions there, we will connect you.
Thank you sir.
This platform is as such a LinkedIn. We don't need to anywhere. Everybody is in LinkedIn. If a professional network is LinkedIn, this platform is LinkedIn.
Good morning, sir. I am Sanjay from ABC College. So my question is, if we are using the GenAI, why we do not educate our GenAI to all our students? Like today we are seeing that nobody is teaching some of the resume building is going on there. So why we not implement in rural areas, not in the city, urban areas, rural areas, where we cannot get internet or other resources. Why we cannot do it like that?
Your answer is simply right. I mean, there is no internet. So, internet is one of the biggest initiative of the government, right? I mean, it's running for the last 7 years, right? So, the BootCamp program in Tamil Nadu is standing every state take this BootCamp initiative and then connects the last mile. So, you get any village, you get 1 Gbps of line, this line, and you get internet. Second, teaching is fine. So, you have a lot of venues to teach, right? And it's not finding the right use case. That's where the option index, right? We want 2.4. People are learning, but how you apply, right? Every company you class about entrepreneurship. Going forward, you don't find companies hiring thousands of people, right? And when you saw TCS or the Cognizant hired 30,000 people, I mean, I've seen 2009, 2010, right? Every let's say every March, April they come and now 30,000 people are going to get hired. So it's not that way. So every company will be full of people building renewable value. So that's how it's going. The way it's changing the complete entrepreneurial journey. Every company before I people building millions of dollar value. Complexity is 27. OpenAI is again 60 or 70. So those are the number size of the company. One, building the right use case, how you commercialize it, right? It's a building solution, right? I mean, if you don't commercialize it, what is the value? So you have to find out the problem statement that can be commercialized at scale. So once the internet is available across India, I said they will be available.
Thank you. I'm building an AI agent for my college purpose. So I'm building now. Yeah.
So which model you took?
So
You took which model? I mean, you're building from scratch or you took Java?
yes, I'm building from scratch.
Okay, you're building from scratch.
Yeah. So I have me and my seniors have initiated a hub called AI Hub Innovative Workers. So we are connecting the outsiders and the juniors to that platform. We have built that website and we are now building an AI agent named Rio.
So very pleasant morning, sir. I am Rishon from St. Joseph's College of Engineering. So if I am not wrong, we are moving from the era of information technology to an agentic era where everything is automated with AI and stuff. So there was a quote that said AI won't replace humans, but people with AI skills will replace other people who doesn't have AI skills. So the problem with technology that we face today is that what people learned 4 or 5 years ago, it is not existing today. So what I learned today may not be existing in 4 or 5 years. So every time when people ask me to learn something regarding AI, so I don't know what am I supposed, how will I survive in the upcoming world. So if you could provide with a roadmap or something that will be useful to us, it will be helpful. Thank you.
So when I started my session, right, what I do, I was so into me, right, that I didn't understand. So I'm always related to computer science. So those days, started reading computer science, people do BSc computer science. So I really do computer science courses, but people take computer science from outside. I mean, he was running a program called Bhavishya Jyoti. I mean, I don't know whether those courses are available for me. So I have not done any of those things. I came out. In 2000, everybody was running behind computers. I started the journey. I started writing C, I mean, through books. And you don't get access to computers at that time. So I used to get access to a DDB center. So those days, PROs was there. I mean, only Facebook used to have 1 or 2 computers to run small internet service, or they would be. So I got access to that computer because I used to make. Those days, midnight calls are cheaper. So DSLR used to have from 9 to 25% of the cost of everything anywhere. So I used to get access to the store, and then I used to sit there and then start coding C. So that's where I started learning. And then C was surviving for a very few time, and then the web technologies picked up. So I started learning DB. And then moved to ASP.NET. And then moved to Ruby on Rails. And then Google gave us a Go. And every program started. Then I lost. So over last 26 years, all these 6-7 programming languages I learned along with knowledge center. That's why I always say, going forward, if I say I completed a degree and then next 30 years I can go through ways as one. I mean, you have to continuously learn and I like to shift to today because last 2 years journey is there. Today we talk about agentic systems, right? So still I code, still I push areas and still I code. That's going to be a never-ending journey. You want to get continuous employment for the next 30 years, every year I have to keep skilling yourself. So I live in a lot of FOMO and anxiety, and that's the generation one.
Okay, sir. Thank you. But what I asked that.
You have to continuously learn.
Yeah, but it's just, that small trick, what's the point of learning today? Anyway, it's not gonna be there tomorrow. So,
It is like you get advice for next 1 year. Your company also assume what they do this year.
okay.
This is they are going to keep continuous learning.
Okay, sir. Another doubt is that, when it comes to a problem, we solve it technical and non-technical. So every time when it comes to technical, a lot of things come to our mind. Cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, a lot of things come to our mind. But when you go into the non-technical side, we don't have much idea on how to approach it, on how to solve it in a non-technical view. So if you could give some ideas on that, it would be nice.
That's why you engineering, right? Structured way of thinking. Because engineering teaches you how to think problem statement in a structured way, right?
Yeah.
So that's what college does.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sir. Sir. Sir. Good morning, sir. My question is, let me be frank, sir. Let's say there are a lot of corporates who have tenders to develop solutions. For example, Infosys has this tender to develop postal solutions. What if we come up, as a startup, we come up with a better solution? Is there a way that government will prefer us over those corporate contracts they have sanctioned for years to come? Is it a possibility or will we get out?
So what happens is, right, when you look at any tender, right, how it is structured. So they have something called so you have the minimum eligibility criteria, right? I mean, which tells about how long your company is, all those basic, you incorporated, how many projects you have done. So this is the need, right? And then there are two criteria they ask. Either you have to apply as a sole tenderer or you can come as a consortium. So you have to look at the consortium tenders, right? And then you go behind somebody who is going to apply. You can go behind them and then you apply as a consortium. That's still possible. And second, if you are a startup and you have a novel idea where the others don't have. So government, without a tender, they can purchase till 50 lakhs. So that's one of the offer government gives. So there are avenues. Government is still procuring from startups. Yes. So you have to look at the criteria in the tender document.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
There is a portal also, right? The GEM portal. Keep looking at GEM portal.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm Sada Sharma from Grace College. I have a question to the solution challenge by me, sir. There is some sustainable goals in solution challenge, sir. But India has the biggest problem is corruption, sir. If we develop some app or development to remove corruption, sir, is it Google able to publish the app to remove corruption without fear of politics?
Case on identifying corruption way, not a solution, right? Google has to can check with the Google in here. Yeah?
Hello, sir. I'm Bharat from Bangladesh. I want to know, we are working for Google to provide AI-driven solutions. So we require some kind of products from Google, which are paid actually. So is there any way we get it free?
You have to talk to Google on this, right?
Hello. Hi. So I just had one small question. Actually, we are all AI. Like there will be a course on AI. So like in India, what type of job should we even look out for in base of AI? Since you said a lot of jobs are there in AI now, but majority what we see is software development or like not machine learning is also very less. But it's software development or data science. That's what I mean.
Sure. So what happens is like most of the models you see, right? I mean, they are integrated to any of your software solution. AI is typically a backend, right? And it comes behind your mobile app or a web application. So one, you have to look at data analyst, business analyst. These people predominantly use data science. like Python plus SQL plus Power BI or Tableau. So these are the lookouts. Yeah, these are the key terms, right? Second, machine learning engineers are yes, still there are more opportunities on this line rather than AI. So now most of them are covered by GenAI. So there are a lot of GenAI LLM engineers are there. So what happens is like if I know only Python plus the GenAI tools, the opportunity is less. So you have to learn some of the web technologies or mobile technologies along with that. So people look for full stack AI developers.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jayashree from Rajlakshmi Institute of Technology, and my question is for building GenAI-based startups. Does Tamil Nadu Startup PN provide any access for high computing resources, sir? For like accessing cloud computing resources like that?
Yeah, actually, no need of government. No, you have other online free available. For example, in AWS, you are a college student. So if in AWS they give some space and cloud at free of cost. Like that, they give some 3,000 credits space if you are a student, and if you are not, when you move into your student journey to an entrepreneur, they charge. But you are having a Rajlakshmi Institute in your college. So there are a lot of organizations who give their resources to the students. So government is not good. Really you can get the resources from the industry, not from us. Because they also use it from their partner. Government also may get it from Salesforce or AWS kind of organization. But since you are an education institution, you can get it from the industries.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, sir. I'm Daphne Gray, PSC College. Now, my question is all about, for example, think that there are 100 people here, and out of all those 100 people, 50 people are just asking you ideas about having a startup. But only 1% of these people end up in having successful startup career. So what do you think about the failure of those remaining 40% people?
It is not failure, right? They are learning. As I rightly said, it is not failure. In the competition, there will be only one or you may be a successful startup venture. But they would have done something less than you, or there will always be a scope for improvement on whatever their business idea they have. It is definitely, it is not going to be a failure. It is scope for their improvement. They have to accept it as a positive note and ensure that they develop the solution in a better and adaptable way so that they also emerge as a successful startup.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Mishra Gul from Ahmedabad Institute of Technology, Gujarat. Sir, I am a first year engineering student, and my question is, how do you help those students who are at the early stage of learning? I mean, they would have better ideas and projects, but what if they don't know how to execute it on technical basis? I mean, at early stage, they have lots of enthusiasm, interest, many things and many ideas. But what if there is no one to hold their hand? They would probably step back. I think that sometimes that failure hits very hard. So as a first year student, I have also come along lots of moments where I really want to learn something, and many of they are really uninterested. They are especially uninterested to teach me. Like not everyone can spoon feed me, but still, what is your approach to those early learners?
So you are already a leader, no? Because most of the students in your class would have not come forward to take this risk of coming in the first year. Because after the school, they will definitely come and have fun in their first year to enjoy their first year. But you had some motivation that you wanted to come and ensure that your talent is coming up to you. So you have to develop that skill which is already there, one. Second, as organization NASCOM or ICT Academy or Gujarat Technical University or Rajasthan Corporation or CAT, all are available to ensure that the students are not coming after the final year and coming to the now. even a 8th standard student is learning Python, or you don't know, right? School students are also learning Python. We are now driving AI missions across India. So our honorable minister is saying AI mission across India. So technology is that. So it is not. It is up to the students how to take it and grab it, as you have already grabbed, and you will always have followers in the industry who will definitely help, and you should also identify one good mentor in your college who has that connect between industry and academia, which is very difficult because they all are worried about their academics. They go teach and come back after 5 hours or 6 hours, but definitely there will be one of your faculty who will be having a good connect in industry and who will be your handholding guide, who will be taking you along with it for various so that you are right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
So one last question. I think the organizer raised that. One last question.
So I am from Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology. So if we look at job markets, they will ask for 5 or 6 years of being
Continue.
in ML or AI, but like how jobs and so like how to like search paper in ML related.
So you want to search job on ML related work, right?
Yeah, beginner friendly jobs. Like
So they are typical portals, right? I mean, Hiring, Indeed. So these people have 0 to 1 years of experience. You have to look at those kind of portals. So LinkedIn normally takes people who are experience 3 to 4 years, 5 years plus. But there are other non LinkedIn portals like Indeed or Hiring. These people are taking 0 to 1. So you look at those portals.
and also like how to like research paper which can build a portfolio.
Research paper is your last journey, right? How many solutions you built? I mean, on what solution you have taken, and then in-depth analysis of that particular LLM or particular AI model. So that takes a little bit of time. You can't go right away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the best. I hope a good, better solution is coming out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was very impactful Q&A session. You guys can connect to him through LinkedIn. Okay. Now we are honored to welcome Mr. Sendil Kumar sir, a distinguished innovator and entrepreneur from Madurai with 10 plus patents in wireless networks, defense, and healthcare. As the founder of Geomio and Geobio, he has been instrumental in advancing technology while actively contributing to the open source ecosystem. In this session, Mr. Sendil Kumar sir will share his insights on how to build impactful solutions and the idea, offering valuable perspectives on AI-driven innovation. Now, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, hi, welcome. What's happening? I'm building something very cool with Vertex AI, and I would like to show you what I'm building. Please come and see. Hi, I'm Santil Kumar. This is my AI idea. Last year I had a baby girl. I typically take care of my baby during the night time. So my role is like showing the baby, make sure that they're sleeping. Sometimes the baby used to cry mid of the night. I really don't know why the baby is crying.
She is always crying, my baby. It's not only for hunger, so maybe she might feel some discomfort.
Sometimes what happens is like they start vomiting. And as a new parent, we were like getting panicked. Called the hospital, and 3 a.m. in the morning we rushed to the hospital. And sometimes doctors say, okay, it's burping, we forget to do burp. My idea is like, is there any way my baby can tell, I heard like now this is why I'm crying, please take an action. Is there any way this technology to solve this? Is there any way I can convert the baby crying into the language model, like now I can understand as a new parent, not only me. Yeah, immediately went to Gemma and asking it like, if there is any pattern for baby crying.
Actually, I searched in Google and all how to differentiate the baby crying sounds.
When I searched it, I come to know that all the baby in the world cry for 5 pattern. It follows certain frequency, certain rhythm, and certain amplitude the baby cries. Okay, when it's bite or hunger, baby cry aggressively. If it is more on like burping or thing, the baby pattern is different. And the next onwards, whenever my baby cries, I start recording it.
So I said, why the recording? No, I am developing a program to find out why the baby is crying. Instead of recording her voice, we should control her. We should calm her down. That's what I said.
The goal is with a very simple prototyping app using Flutter. The goal of the app is just to record the audio sound. Then use my models to identify this is a crying sample or not. Once that is formed, like then my idea is to find pattern. So I basically convert the audio sample into the visual spectrum because I'm planning to use deep neural network. Deep neural network is all about image. So any pattern we give it as an image form, yeah, that is how it's trained. Yeah, this is for now I'm asking the Gemini through a text studio. Now yeah, it's being trained for hunger, like now here's how it helps. I've been thinking that the first thing the baby do is like cry when it's born. So they can even record it until what the baby is trying to communicate. So once you have some example, you can even try it. What is the first message the baby communicated to the world? What my goal is, the baby is born anywhere. For a rich, poor, does not matter. First 1,000 days the baby should get 3 new cap. Google Studio, AI, text studio, allow everyone to learn AI faster and solve the community problem, local problem themselves. So this will be a very good development learning cycle for them.
Thanks so much Google and St. Joseph Management. This is the second time I visit you at college. So myself, Sanjay Kumar, I'm a founder and CEO of a company called Save Mom. It's a Madurai-based startup company. We are a 5-year-old company. This is one of the use cases we solved as a father. Like I was experiencing it day and night. Like I take care of my baby during night time. So my wife hinted me that instead of baby crying, if it is telling like dad, like mom, this is why I'm hunger. I'm going for sleep. I have a problem with stomach. So as a mother, I can handle it better. So that is the idea sparked. Then I started searching deeper into the problem statement, and I found all the baby universally across the world, first 6 months, it follows the same crying pattern. So after 6 months, based on the region, geography, the crying pattern changed. But initial first 6 months, the only way the baby communicates with the parent is through crying. So the idea is, if it is followed, actually AI is all over pattern matching. Like if you have more data and you know match this pattern, you can build an algorithm on top of it. So that's how this idea came, and quickly we prototyped it. Now almost 1 lakh, every day almost 7,000 babies we are recording. We are running this project. It's a massive, working with a lot of state and central government. We are recording more samples. Whenever the baby born, I can even see my portal like how many baby born, all the new cry. Again, I can get it. So we're trying a model very aggressively for this. And this video was released by Google, and it was trending in US. It went viral in US. More than 3 lakh views in a week time frame. So, these are the best use case of using AI in a right way. No, using the AI for a real use case. Because one challenge for AI is so powerful, but people really don't know what problem you can solve with that AI. So, this video demonstrated a simple problem can be solved with this powerful tool. So what I do in, so I run a community, like Google development community in Madurai for almost 10 years. I ran a community. I was closely associated with Google. Before I worked in the industry, I worked in Samsung and Qualcomm. I was part of the Galaxy wearable team like in Samsung and Qualcomm. So the main reason I started Save Mom is for my own sister. So one fine day, my mom called it. My sister was pregnant. But she's not going for an antenatal checkup. So as a brother, you should come to home, advise her so that she will go for a regular checkup. So it is happened on 2015-16 time frame. So I really don't know what is antenatal checkup mean. I went to internet, searched what is antenatal checkup. Then it gave me a result. Every pregnant mother has to go monthly visit. The monthly visit is called antenatal checkup. And missing this visit
can have a complication at the time of delivery. If you are missing this regular visit, that can lead to a complication at the time of delivery. So I went to my sister and asked her, hey, this checkup is very important, even World Health Organization, but why you are missing it? So she told me that come with me when I go for a checkup, you also come with me. So I went along with her. I went to the hospital. In the hospital, there are 60 to 70 mothers. They are waiting for the checkup. Almost 50 mothers are sitting in the chairs, 20 mothers are standing because they don't have chairs. And we are also waiting. Almost 5-6 hours. Like, our entire consulting get over at almost, we came to the hospital at 8 in the morning and done all the checkups, everything. Like, it took almost 3 p.m. to complete the checkup. And my sister told, this is why I am not coming for checkup. It takes so much time. I have to wait, sit in the chair for hours and hours, and my back is paining like anything. So if it is, I'm okay, I try to avoid this checkup. Then I went to the doctor to understand. In industry, we automate everything. Everything is a process, we automate in industry. So I went to the doctor and asked her, why it takes so much time for a hospital to do a health screen? So the doctor told her, so whenever a mother comes, there are certain protocols. First, the mother will book a token number, and based on this token number, we call one mother at a time. And all this mother, first we will measure the vital parameter, which include the blood pressure, saturation, temperature, glucose, all these vital parameters we measure. Then there are certain tests we do. So there are certain tests we do, and then the nurse who do all those tests, they will write everything in pen and paper. Then if they have a computer, they manually enter this data one by one into the software. On average, it takes 15 to 20 minutes per patient to complete this traditional process. If 50 mothers are there, and maximum an hour, they can't handle more than 6 to 10 pregnant mothers. This is very traditional. Then they call for a consulting, and a consulting room, doctor will give a 5 minutes consulting. Even during the consulting, doctors spend more time on reading their papers. Like they understand the case, okay, past history, and almost 3 to 4 minutes they try to understand the case, and then they will respond to it. I asked the doctor, before even my sister reaches the hospital, if you get all this data readily available with a nice summarized version, can you do a direct consulting with her, and so that checkup time can be under 1 hour? The doctor told yes, that is possible because the nurse is doing all this tests. So I am only doing consulting. So if we are able to do this all in a digitized version, this is possible. I can quickly do consulting. So as an engineer, like I started thinking what are reading they are taking. So what I have done is I built a simple wearable device because I was part of the Galaxy Wear team. So we are designing all this product. So I quickly developed a wearable device for it and built a basic application. I told my sister, whenever you go for a checkup, what this wearable will do is it will collect all the required parameter, vital parameter, what the doctor see. So it collect all the BP, heart rate, saturation, all the data it will collect. If they have any lab report, hemoglobin or urine test, she just need to take a photo of it. So the AI can pass, understand, correlate all this information. Now, if there is if she is going to the hospital, she don't need to wait in any queue, and she enters the hospital, she can directly go into the consulting room. In the consulting room, the wearable, the doctor just need to tap with the phone or something like just a tap. It will give a beautiful summary. Last month, how is your vitals? Last 1 month, how is he sleeping? How is BP? Everything nicely analyzed and given to the doctor. So doctor does not need to open the multiple pages of papers. So doctor can give a meaningful 5-minute consulting. So whatever doctor is giving, that also system can capture, and then case summaries through the reinforcement learning, the AI is learned. So AI also do some kind of risk prediction. So what he will do is, based on this record, he can predict her delivery outcome. She might have anemia, she might have a diabetes. So the AI can predict and tell the doctor. So this is a free prototype I developed. So here what I have built as such a system is, there's a dependency system. So my sister, like whenever she want to go for a hospital, is any woman, so she need to call her husband. Okay, she needs someone to support. So what I have built is this AI system. It itself will create an appointment with the hospital system, automatically call the hospital, create a token number for her. So this is the AI itself will do. And it will book a Ola cab directly from the Ola web services. Okay, so everything is ready. Whenever this checkup time, the app will tell, hey, your cab is outside, today is your checkup. So just need to stand, they don't need to depend on any family members. They can go into the hospital room, there no waiting time because every data is available for now. So you can go for a quick consulting, complete the consulting, and then meantime I'll inform the husband also. If he want to come back, take care, they can do it, or the cab is auto for return pickup. So this is a solution I built and she used. The application I have developed in such a way that the app name is called Hello Baby. It is available in the Play Store, Hello Baby. So the app itself designed like a baby communicating to the mother and father. Okay, so what the app will do is, from the wearable it get all the data and it will inform the father, I had last 2 days mom's not sleeping. Can you please go and ask her? You go and tell her why you are not sleeping. Okay, and suddenly you will go and ask, hey, looks like you are not sleeping well. You know any disturbance I can buy pillows for you. And she will get emotional. I have not even communicated with you, how you know that? Okay, and the application can understand you are in the 8th week of pregnancy and this time you have a lot of vomiting sensation. So it will inform the husband, okay, mom might get a lot of vomiting sensation. Okay, so you buy citric fruits, vitamin C fruits. Okay, the key inside will come and give, hey, you might get a vomiting. So this all created that people are taking care of it. And what other thing I told is, so we recommend good nutrition, but my sister don't take that nutrition. She say, I don't like sweets, I don't like all these vegetables. Okay, she say, I don't like. So this message, how I communicate to her is through the same application. Hi mom, if you eat this one, when I born, I look like this. If you are not eating this one, when I born, I look like this. So this psychologically motivated her to take a very healthy foods, like healthy diets. So it's a simple connection. So what I created for her is, you are pregnant. You just enjoy the pregnancy. Doctor is already monitoring you through this technology. They will take care of you if there is any emergency. And before even you call husband is notified for every action you take. So she can just enjoy the pregnancy, don't need to get panic, anxiety. So that is the experience I gave, like she delivered a baby girl and she told the whole pregnancy experience was really joyful. Because typically it is a first pregnancy, everything she starts searching internet. Okay. If you go and search internet that you have shoulder pain, the first result is it is a symptom of heart attack. If you just search, if you have mobile phone, just search, okay, I have shoulder pain, what I can do? First result is it can be symptom of heart attacks. Like that is a result. So in pregnancy, when people are searching it, they get more anxiety and panic. So I told her, you don't need to do any searching and all, you just enjoy the pregnancy. Okay, we use a technology, we monitor you and have a healthier, safer delivery. So this is a product we built. But from this, I started, so a lot of my friends, her friend asked like, no, whatever you build for your sister, like my wife is pregnant, can I get the same? Okay, so I see a demand in the market, like a lot of people are interested. Then I decided, okay, try to understand this problem better. So I went to a couple of tribal regions, which is in Uti, Wayanadu, all this tribal region. I went just to study because those regions has a lot of maternal death. A lot of either mother is dying after delivery or a baby is dying. So I went to those places to understand what happening in those villages. So in one tribal community, when I interacted with them, the mother told this is a second pregnancy. At first pregnancy, 7th month, the baby don't have a heart rate. So I lost the baby. So this is my second baby. I want to make sure that this is safely delivered. I was curious to know what happened to the baby and mother. So in India, government tracks something called MCP, Mother Child Protection Card. Every pregnant mother will have this card. It has all the record of mother, when they get pregnant, every time they go check up, what is the health plan. I went to the primary health care center and asked them, this is the mother name, the Aadhaar number, can you provide me the MCP card? They gave me the card, but the card shows that baby is already born, it's a 2-year-old. Okay, last week it received a vaccination. Okay, there's a vaccination tick, and the family received 10,000 rupees financial support from the government. There's a signature of the husband. This is what the card says. So I took a copy of the card, come back to their home, and I told, you are saying baby is no more. But the report is saying baby already old, 2-year-old, and last week only you completed vaccination. And they were really shocked. They say like, no sir, like there is a baby, show me the baby. Okay, it is not there. And the husband till the time he never talked to me, and he come to me and told, how come they put signature in my name? Because I'm a daily wage, I never take her for a regular visit, which is 20 kilometers. The hospital is 20 kilometers away from our home. So I could not take her for a regular
visit to the hospital. But I was surprised, government is giving a financial support, that also 10,000 rupees is a huge money. If I know the government is giving such money, I might have taken my wife regularly, we might have saved the baby instead of last minute complications. So I went to the district officer and I told them that, sir, I want to understand all these villages and this taluk, this particular taluk, last 2 years, how many people are get pregnant, how many of them delivered, and if there is any maternal death happened during this period. So he redirected me to one admin, this sub-district level hospital, there is an admin who do data management all these things. So I went to the sub-district hospital and I asked her, like, I need a 2-year baseline data of this particular taluk area. She opened an empty Excel sheet and from the election pool, all the women she just copied and pasted on this sheet and she has just drag and drop to fill the vital parameter, everything. And she clicked the printout, give me all the printed copy of the report and gave it to me. So I asked her, this is how you generate reports? And very innocently she told, yes sir, my boss told whenever people from World Health Organization, NGO, government come and ask for a report, he generate like this and give it to them. So here what I realized is, government is financially giving a lot of money to the pregnant mother. But the pregnant mother is not visiting the hospital in a regular basis. So what people are doing is they are manipulating all the report and they are submitting this report back. Here I realized that even our population is not 140 billion. That is what I'm seeing that, because all this data can be manipulated. Okay, our population is not a real number. Like, so many people are not even really there. This is all data manipulation. I went to the district officer. I told that this is what happening in reality on the ground. And he asked me, is there any way to solve this problem? I told sir, now the mother is not coming to the PHC due to certain reasons. So I have built a solution which monitor my sister in the home itself, and I have interviewed a lot of mother. One of the reasons they told is, if I travel, come to the PHC, it takes 8 hours for me to complete my check-in. So the entire day I have to do in the hospital for a check-up. And I am the person who make food for family. So if I come for my visit in the hospital, my entire family is hungry. So a lot of mothers are still telling this is the reason. If we are able to make a check-up time under 1 hour and provide a transportation, we can encourage more women to come for a checkup. If the mother is missing, we can go to their home and do a checkup for them. So collector approved, we can go and implement the project. So we started implementing this one. So we understand the traditional method is paper pen. So if the mother is coming or not, they can manipulate all the record and say they visited. So what we have developed is, we developed a system, same a wearable device. For my sister, I designed like a watch form factor. But for this tribal, I thought some kind of a gold color theme. So I thought Indian woman, like anything like a bracelet form, gold color theme. So I gave that device to them. So now the model is, the device is capturing all the parameter in the home, and whenever the checkup time, there's an IVR call is triggered to the mother, saying that, hey, like, today is your checkup. Okay, if you are coming, press 1. So the mother is now coming to the hospital. That you put a small kiosk kind of setup. When the mother comes, stand in front of the kiosk, the wearable device and the kiosk will do authentication, and there's a camera which authenticates the real mother visited to the PHC. Okay, and all her health record, everything is captured. And if the expert doctor is not available, through teleconsultation, we connect to them for the expert doctor. So this is a system we take. Let us say if the mother is not visiting the hospital, the system can generate a report. Again call, it looks like you haven't visited a hospital. Do you need a home-based check? If the mother say yes, I need a home-based one, then that data will be shared to the health worker, ASHA worker. Now they carry our device, the tablet, go to their home. Again, there they will interact with the mother, get the data captured. So this is how we ensure the data capture is happening properly. We are monitoring the system. We found that some of the mother, the data looks like every day they are making 100,000 steps in a day. And this mother is almost 8 months pregnant. And we are wondering why this mother is putting so much of effort. Almost like 1 lakh steps in a day. Like she might be in the mountains, she's coming up and down 2 or 3 times. So we are rushed to the home to educate them. You are actually, 2 or 3 weeks you are going to deliver a baby. So please take proper rest. You should not travel more. So we went to their home, we start educating them. There's a shock for me because she's not even having the device. So I asked her, like, where is the device? Like, no, you lost the device, where it is. And she told me that, sir, my husband told, you are in the home, so why you need a watch, give the smartwatch to me. So all the data we collected is the husband data. So our algorithm keep on like saying something wrong, something is wrong for this mother. So now the challenge is how to convince our husband like, no, please keep the device for next 3-4 months and complete the checkup and then take it back later. So we are interacting with the husband like, no, I have different, like, no, as an engineer I'm thinking different solution. Can I make a 2 wearable device? One is for the husband and one is for the wife. Okay, whatever I can do, I am thinking so many use cases. And another mother told, whatever device you give, it's a very luxury device. So if I wear this, everyone in my community is looking at my wrist. Or so annoying. So I only wear the device when I'm inside home. When I go outside, I don't wear. So it's a two. One is a husband problem, another one is a cultural problem. So what is the best way to solve the problem? I'm just interacting with the mother. One lady told me a suggestion, sir, except this tali kair, everything my husband take it from me. Okay, then the idea sparks. Oh, your husband never take it a tali kair from you, right? Yeah, he never take it from me. Then I have redesigned the entire product which can be attachable to the tali kair. Okay, and sentimentally the mother don't remove it because she never remove that tali. Okay. And that's a cultural thing. Like whenever there is a mother get pregnant, I call the local religious people where they officially take them to the temple, attach my sensor on the tali kair, and they say have a healthy baby. Okay, so it worked well. It really worked well. So after doing that, it's able to track high quality data, real data from the mother. So now the AI model kick in, like the AI models ensure that the mother is visiting and any high risk happen, we are able to flag it earlier. And those high risk mother now we flag. So we went to the district officer and told, sir, successfully now we are able to find all type of high risk mother. So we need to come up with a better nutrition program. So because we see mother who are anemic, we see mother who are going for a low weight, so we need to give a better nutrition program. So we started distributing a nutrition program to every mother. After getting all this nutrition also, there is no improvement in the health. Like last month, so pregnancy, the weight has to increase every month because the baby is growing and the weight has to increase. But in the community, everyone's weight is decreasing. And we are wondering, we gave so much nutrition, still the weight is decreasing. What is the reason? So again went to the home. What actually they are doing with the nutrition. One of the mother, I am interacting with her, like, she just like open a pot and mixing something in the pot. And I asked like, what you are mixing? And she told all the nutrition I gave her, she is mixing in the water. Now I asked her where it is going. It's actually going to the cow. Okay, and she is very innocently telling, sir, if I give this, whatever nutrition pack you are giving, if I give it to the cow, I am getting 1 liter of extra milk per day. So all the nutrition pack we gave, it's actually going to the cow. Now somehow we convinced the husband and we don't know how to convince the cow. Don't have that nutrition water. Okay, but here one hack we got it. She is giving that nutrition to the cow in a water. So this is a perfect hack we got. So I went to the district officer. I told, sir, they are giving nutrition through water to the cow. I need to solve this problem because even my technology find a high risk mother. If I'm not giving quality nutrition, there still be high risk, still be the maternal death happens. So we need to reverse the high risk. So what the idea we got it here is we split the nutrition into the two components. One is dehydrated water soluble powders, like very thin water soluble powder. Another one is a standard nutrition. So whenever the checkup is completed, the ASHA worker will go to every mother home. Okay, they distribute the nutrition. One nutrition, which is a water soluble nutrition, we will mix it on their own drinking water. Okay, whatever water they are drinking, we will mix it on it. Another nutrition pack, anyway it is going to the cow. So we have enough package to cover the cow also. So we've done this hack and it's happening on one or two months. I got a call from the doctor that, hey Senthil, like you guys done something. Every mother started gaining 800 gram weight and all the mother hemoglobin is going to 12.5 cutting, which is 9 and suddenly it rises to 12.5. Then we told the doctor, we hacked the water now. They are drinking one of the world's most nutrition enabled water and that is actually reflecting on their health. And it was perfectly worked, the model perfectly worked there. So after doing all the exercise, there are baby born. They called me that there's a new baby born in the village. I was so excited, I traveled all the way to that tribal region and met that. almost 120 plus people standing in front of the primary healthcare center. And I was wondering, something happened, what happened, so many people are gathered. And I went to the inside the labor ward, and there's a mother is there's no baby. And I was surprised, like, I see, like, what happened to the baby, is something emergency, what happened, because mother is there, mother is safe. She's saying, like, I delivered, some not a problem. But I'm not able to find a baby. So I came outside, where I see a lot of people, the village people, gather and they hold the baby in the hand, and they're shifting the baby from one hand to the other hand. Finally, the mother's mom, she just taken the baby and gave it to me. I just hold it in my hand, and she told me that this is the first time in our village we see a baby of 3.2 kg weight. That's why every villager want to hold and see that baby. And we never seen such a smiling baby in our village. And such a healthy smiling baby, we never ever seen that. Our culture is, whenever a baby born, we take the baby to our the Kodasami temple, we rush it to the temple and we put it and start praying. Please make sure that the baby is suffering. So they put all the formalities to make sure. This is the first time they are not doing that. Because they never seen such a healthy baby. So they gave the baby to me when I holded it. I felt I built a lot of products, everything in Samsung, Qualcomm. Always the output is in a digital form sitting inside the computer. This is the first time it is sitting on my hand and smiling in front of me. So it really, small dots with the technology connecting in the right way. The amount of impact it created on the ground is mind-blowing. And our model, all the tribals, very inaccessible region, 36,000 mother we have covered now. So wherever the tribals who have a highest maternal death, all over the country we deploy same mom. And this become a case study in Harvard Business School. Now instead of Apple or any other design product, they are studying our innovation as a design thinking class case study in Harvard Business School. And this become one of the movie also. We have Amazon Prime. All the story I told, it is available in the Amazon Prime. It's called Mission Startup. You can watch the entire movie. I acted in the movie also. So that is covered. And 2 weeks before, we were in Geo Hotstar. If you have in Geo Hotstar, just to go search for Startup Singham. That is also was there. Yeah. So thank you so much for Google, building such a tool and innovation. The amount of impact we could able to solve on the ground is amazing. And you are all the engineers, giving this powerful tool to you with the right problem statement. The amount of impact you can create on the ground is you can't even measure it. And some people asked me the question before previous session, sir, I'm studying so many technology, every 5 years it is changing. My request is, don't more focus on the technology keep on going to change, focus on the problem statement. Okay, so in my case, I want to solve a problem, but even as an engineer, I don't try to solve myself. I try to get it from a customer itself. I asked the woman, what is the best wearable your husband don't take it from me? And she showed like this. This is a wearable, he never take it from me. So then I have to just build a technology tool connecting with God. Okay. So this is how the innovation happens on the ground. You close to your customer, end customer, they themselves have a problem, they themselves have a solution. We are engineers just connecting this to God. If we are able to do that, the amount of impact we create on the community is very huge. And this baby idea is for after my baby I started, and now we integrated this solution also. So what we have done here is, all these tribal places, in a city, if you see in a city hospital, when a baby born, there's one pediatrician is available there. So he listens this cry. After crying that, he will understand baby has a good lung capacity or not. Because the cry is the first way of showing the baby started breathing. That's why the cry comes. So in a village, what happens is there's no pediatrician. If no one observes the baby crying pattern, lung is developed or not. Most of the time, because of that, after 2 or 3 weeks, the baby dies. So now what we do is, every sample you get, and in a dashboard you give it to the district official. This particular village, example, there's a village near Mamalapuram. This location, there's one baby born. Its crying pattern is harmful. Can you please send a pediatrician to that? By doing this, we could be able to save so many babies whenever they born, the complication, premature is there, we could be able to tap into the right relevant doctors. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, quickly we can, any questions, I'm happy to.
Hello, sir.
truly inspiring. I just wonder where you got the funding and the support for this.
Yeah, so I got a 3 round of funding. I'm openly telling, like, in India I built a basic product. I was struggling to raise a capital. Okay, my initial funding, I'll tell how it started is, I attended some competition in India. I got some 2-3 lakh prize. One is from the NASCOM team. Okay, my thought is, in India, same competition, 3 lakh is the price. The same competition is happening in Singapore also, where the price is $50,000, which is 40 lakhs. And same effort. And competition also less. In India, we have to compete with like anything, but in Singapore, no competition. So my initial funding, I raised through competition and grants. Okay, up to 1 CR, I raised to do that only. Okay, so after getting, I proved up the model, then I got into the venture capital angel. Now we got a couple of rounds of investment. So after proving that model, it worked, and then a lot of investors showed interest to invest in us. But my initial journey is competitions. I found that compared to India, same effort, but globally, if you apply, you get in dollars. So that is sufficient. 40 lakhs, 1 crore is sufficient to build your prototype to a scalable, demonstratable tool.
Thank you, sir. It's truly inspiring.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
So Sandil sir will be here till lunch. Okay. Since we are running out of time, just keep your questions short, 1 or 2 questions more. After that, grab him during lunch, is all yours.
Hello, sir. Sir, I'm Vishnu. And how do you make the project into the product? Because in our college days, we make a lot of projects, but that couldn't able to make it as a product. So we are struggling it. How do you make that?
See, this is a real challenge. Even I see such a brilliant ideas coming from project ideas coming from your college, but it never commercialized. It never taken to that. See, for me, working in an industry also really helped. So might be the same project I have done it in my college days. I might have done a project I have it like even been competition also. Because I went to the industry, I was able to learn the skill how to commercialize the product. I actually working with a lot of forums trying to help students how you can commercialize the project, not in just a project stage. Like, you have to go to the real customer, really implement on the ground so that the solution can be utilized. A lot of brilliant ideas, it never get commercialized. Whatever customer you visualize, the customer never get the product. So if you find a way for it, like maybe go to industry, get some experience. Because another challenge is if you want to go and raise an investment, no one raises the investment, you just completed college and you have started a company, you want to raise capital, no one will invest. So going to the relevant industry, gaining that experience, knowledge on commercialization, okay, that is a very crucial part. If you have an idea and you want to pursue that, I recommend after college completion, join some industry who are working relevant problem and try to understand the commercialization, productization technique. Then with that experience, you can restart working on your current project. That's how it really changes.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So, we have right side, right back. So back. So the back right side. Here. I'm Advait, sir. I really love what you've done in this sector. Have you ever reached a roadblock where your idea requires smartwatches mainly? Have you ever reached a roadblock where what if some person does not have a smartwatch? So what would I do in that case?
No, I told you I have a lot of roadblocks. But what helped me is spending time with the real customer, getting input. See, as an engineer, one of the problems for us is we always feel we are the smartest people on the planet. So we believe our solution will be the perfect. We build something and try to push it to the end customer. That is where the failure happened. If you feel your customers are the smartest people and you are only a technology bridge, then the customer will tell what's the real product they want. So by understanding the customer, you can shortcut your product development in a better way. Rather than you're doing something, assuming something, and which is not useful for the end customer. For my case, I assumed Indian women's like bracelet, gold color bracelet, but it was not a true. It was a different story there.
Also, sir, the data you get in smartwatches are not necessarily super accurate because even hospitals these days, they the blood pressure in the traditional way by using the vacuum and all that. So how are you like trusting the data that you get from the smartwatch so much compared to the traditional?
See, yeah. basically in a hospital, they'll take one instant of data, one instant of BP, one instant of heart rate.
Yeah.
But what we are doing is we are getting this data point every day 3 times for a 30 days period. When you have a more data sample and give it to the AI can come up with a better accurate data. See, for AI it's all about data and the prediction, it needs more data set. So this wearable is helping you to get more data set. So what we do for a hospital is, from a past checkup and this checkup, how this vital parameter varied in the health. Because last checkup the BP is normal and this checkup suddenly BP is raised. Currently any doctor, if you ask, why doctor my BP suddenly increased, they don't know the answer. They can write a prescription for it. They don't tell the reason why it is suddenly increased. But a wearable device collecting 1 month of data, it can correlate, it can tell this pregnant mother not slept properly for 1 week, he has a low quality of sleep, that impact the BP. Then the doctor can treat you better. This is what we are doing with this technology.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thanks so much.
As a token of appreciation, I request the co-organizer of GDG of St. Joseph's Institute of Technology, Mr. Sai Niranjan, to present the momentum to sir. Thank you, sir. Your ideas about women empowerment and upskilling has truly inspired us. Now I request Mr. Ganesh to take over the session.
It's better to stand now. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Monday morning energy. So what's the session I gonna take? I don't have any agenda. I don't have any slides, so don't look at the screens. It's gonna be me only. It's gonna be the only live human walking here and there. So my session name is How Active You Are. How many of you are active here? 1, 2, 3, and how many of you are humans here? Remaining I'm putting us different categories. So let's play a small game now. Instead of taking some sessions, let's play a small game. How many of you know Simon Says? Most of you know, just give a small glimpse. So if I say something after Simon Says, you should do it. If I say something without saying Simon Says, you shouldn't do it. Can we start the game? Can we start the game? Can we start the game? Yes. Simon Says standing at the game. Yes. Okay. Simon Says, raise your left hand. Simon Says, stand up. Simon Says, put down your left hand. Simon Says, raise your right hand. Sit down. Simon never told ya. Listen to Simon. Simon Says, sit down. Simon Says, show a pen. So you guys are not taking any notes. Simon Says, clap your hands. Simon never said to stop. Okay, stop. Simon Says stops. Okay. Guys, active now? Want to do another one? Yeah, okay. So why we are here mostly? Out of you on a Monday morning. Why we have to do this? You know everything is in the online. Technology world, AI world. Everything can be conversed in YouTube videos, Google Meets, etc. etc. Why I have to meet in person? There are a lot of things, right? When you tell them in person, as a person, in a voice, in a tone of voice, it conveys more better. the way it breaks the impact, it will be so much improved than what you give in the notes or emails or something. So that's the main focus over here, and we thought it would be good to have you guys in person, giving what's a glimpse of what it's all about, and giving guys some tips and tricks and workshops and hands-on sessions, problem statement providers, on what is this all going to happen and how we're going to make the change. Simon says stop talking. Okay. So, you guys are being students. You guys think very creatively. Very creatively. That's the main reason we wanted students to address the local problems, national problems, international problems for the solution challenge. And you know what's the best and the most hard step in your life? Whatever you take it, not about solution challenge, not about the bootcamp. What's the most hardest step in your life? Anybody? Exactly, starting. Waking up for the day, starting your vehicle. That's the most hardest step and the most difficult one and the best one also. And you guys are already started. You guys have registered yourself, formed your team, showed up for the bootcamp, and I really appreciate you guys waking up early in the morning, coming up here, showing up. That's the biggest thing that you can do. And what is there to lose now? You already started, you're gonna build something for a solution for a problem. What is there to lose? Resources? No. Money? No. Time? Maybe, but time spent in learning is never lost. Either you learn or you win. There is nothing called loss. Someone will fight for the prize money, someone will fight for the cross. But at the end of the day, it's going to be fighting. I'm going to end this session very smallly. I just wanted you guys to have some active sessions, that's it. So it's not going to be any formal session. For the next speaker, they are more much related to you. They are students of you. They participated in the Solutions Challenge. They submitted this solution. You know what the best part is all about? They're the top 100 in global level. Right now, Solutions Challenge 2025 is happening in India only. So it's basically for Indian student developers to address local problems. But previous year, it was a global level. And they made it to top 100. So with a big round of applause, I'm welcoming Team 6 Sense to give their wonderful presentation. Simon says clap your hands.
Thank you guys. It's a pleasure and honor being here guys, in front of you to really share our particular solution with you guys. It was a really, let's sit here. You can hear me right? Yeah, perfect. So I like the energy, keep up the energy, okay? It was really, a great year. Previous year it was really a hectic, super kind of year. Because we had a winning streak. Literally, we won Smart India Hackathon, and then we were working on Google Developer Solution Challenge, and we also made it to top 100. So it was really an awesome year for us. Okay, so we are here to really, how did we build a winning solution? We are going to share our particular journey. How we really articulated our problem, developed a solution from scratch, and presenting to the Google and being top 100. So we will be starting and explaining our particular journey. We will share a PPT and we will explain you how we really made it to the particular top 100 of Google Developer Solution Challenge. I think previous year, as he mentioned, it was for worldwide. That means in worldwide they will only select top 100. It was really a very hard challenge, but we really made it through it. And we were targeting it for top 10, but it was unlucky we didn't really make it. But we were at last the winners. Now it is for only India, which is GDG on campus India. It will be very easy to really get into top 100 and top 10. So we will share you the PPT. You can listen it because it's a real journey. We made lot of mistakes. From the mistake we learned from it, and we also rectified it and moved to the top 100. We will share you. Yeah, so first I introduce myself. We are Team 6 Sense and myself Ashwin, and that is Ashwin JD for you, and Daniel. This is Daniel Das and Kishore. We are from Rajalakshmi Engineering College and we are third years. We are like you. We are not a professor or college completed students. We are like you. We built a product. We started something in second year and we are here right now presenting in front of you. It was really an awesome journey. So, next slide, please. What is that? Oh, okay, great. So first, it is most important thing, choosing your problem statement. When it comes to Google Developer Solution Challenge or GDG, it is very important to find the right problem. I think you guys have heard from many people that it's not important to develop a solution. Developing a solution for the right problem is very much important. Finding the perfect and right problem is important part in this journey. So first, what we were doing is that we should be analyzed. We were analyzing what problem statement to be taken. Literally, we spent 1 month to choose our problem statement for Google Developer Solution Challenge 2024, and which should be aligning with sustainable development goals that were given by Google gave us to follow the particular criteria, and we came up with the problem statement. It literally took us 1 month to decide what problem we are going to find the solution for. So we wanted to develop a supportive system for individuals with visual disabilities. So we just wanted to build something which will help visual impaired individuals, to make their life easier, navigate through day-to-day activities. Because when you are visually impaired or blind, it is really hard for our day-to-day activities to be done. It's really hard to live a normal life. But they are doing it, but we wanted to make it easier. How can we make it easier? Of course, visual impaired individuals faces like they have problems in mobility, communicating with their surround by people, and getting information, learning. There are a lot of challenges that are faced by the visual impaired. So, next slide. And we just analyzed into it. Okay. So we had a problem. Okay. Why should we take the problem? That is very important. Who are affected by the problem? Who are affected in this particular problem? All the visual impaired individuals are affected by the problem. According to World Health Organization, there are around 40 million people are visually impaired. So building a solution for it will really change their life. So it is a real problem which has a real impact on the people. This is what Google will help expect you to do. Okay. And we also find a pattern. In previous years, what we are doing is that previous 2023, 2022, we are going through all the solutions that were presented by our previous year teams, and we also found a pattern where building something related to health, SDG health, or solutions for people who are visually impaired, mentally disabled, were in top 10. So that was also one reason that we gone with this particular problem statement. So yeah, the solution. Can you play the video? This is a video that we presented, which got us into top 100.
Here are 60 cents from India. With 43 million people living with blindness, visual impaired individuals struggle with navigation, communication, companionship, and environmental awareness. Introducing 60 cents. Engineered to tackle these challenges faced by visual impaired individuals, thereby aligning with UN goals 3 and 4. This
So I'll like to give you a brief of what a product actually is. So basically, our main objective is to help the visually impaired navigate and communicate in their day-to-day life, just like ourselves, just like a normal individual, right? So that was our main objective over there. So skip over. So that's, the main objective is to develop a assistive technology for visually impaired. So our product mainly consists. So a product mainly consists of two components, right? A software application and also a hardware product. So the hardware product is like a chest mounted device, is to be worn by the visually impaired like a vest. Okay. So a box, it will be attached to the chest itself. So it will be having all the hardware components, including the Raspberry Pi, camera, and everything else, and also an inbuilt AI within itself. Whereas an application is not actually for the visually impaired, but for the caregiver, the supportive people who will be helping the visually impaired, right? So this application is to help the caretaker to keep track of where the visually impaired individual is and make sure they are safe and sound. Right? That's the notion of application. So this here is pretty much a brief summary of what all the features that are included within the product itself. So starting with environmental awareness. So obviously the blind individuals won't be able to navigate, and also they are not aware of what's in front of them, right? So the product itself, with the help of camera, it will be able to recognize what's in front of them and alert them of what are the things nearby them, thereby helping them to avoid obstacles and navigate them. So that includes environmental awareness, object detection, and next navigation system. So obviously if you have to move from point A to B, there will be a lot of hindrances, and the product itself will help the visually impaired to have step-by-step navigative assistance. So moving on to next emotion detection, right? So facial recognition and emotion detection. So the blind individual, obviously he won't be able to see who's in front of him, right? So with the help of the caretaker application, the caretaker will be able to take photo of the person close to the visually impaired and take pictures of them along with their name and upload it in the database. So if a person who is familiar to the visually impaired happens to be walking in front of them, the device will recognize their face and also their emotion, so that the person will be notified that the person is in front of them, and with the help of their emotion, they will be able to have an easy conversation with them. So it helps us a conversation starter for the visually impaired, right? So moving to currency detection. So again, currency detection is one of the obviously if they have to self So also we have this inbuilt AI called Vision AI. So obviously the blind people won't be able to make use of their smartphone very much, right? So if they have to ask any queries or anything, let's say what's the weather right now or any other basic information, all they have to do is call for the Vision AI within the model itself and ask their queries, and we'll be able to respond to them just like that. And if they happen to know what's in front of them, or if they wanted to translate what's in front of them, just have to point to the face and point to the object itself or the text itself and ask for it, and it will be able to translate it or translate it. Let's see what it is. This is a simple textual summary of the products or what are the components used within the product itself. Our major thing is that the work patterns. Google most here are Google. And models. Obviously, also used for database connectivity and is used for connection. So the base helpful distribution is here's a basic text.
For global accessibility. Implemented Raspberry Pi 5 and TPU to minimize latency.
What is Gemma? Gemma is a lightweight open source LLM created by Google AI.
So yeah, that's our solution for you guys. So as you can see, there was lot of feature in our application. We had a hardware, we had a software, and they were integrated together, and a mobile application for caregivers. It was a real complex application. We actually overdid it. So we had n number of features, okay. So in hardware, we used Raspberry Pi, a Coral TPU, which is a Google product, but you guys haven't heard of this. Coral TPU, this called as tensor processing unit. We used it, and we used more hardware, and we integrated this as a complete solution with the hardware, as you can see, a software and a mobile application. So we faced many challenges during developing this product. See, we faced a lot of challenges, but we overcame the particular challenges. As you know, building with an hardware application, you need most of the, you need components for it, okay. Getting tensor processing unit in our country is very hard. We imported the particular TPU tensor processing unit. We mostly and used open source projects, okay. And we had lot of problems related in developing our hardware, implementing it. In software, we had an issue in integrating particular AI models into our hardware. And we want our AI models to run offline and online in our particular hardware, which is Raspberry Pi 5. And we made it happen with some custom algorithms, lightweight model like TF light models. These can be, you can research it in the internet, you will get what are these kind of terms that we are using, TF light, TPU, etc., etc. But during this phase, Google really helped us through the process. After we reached top 100, they assigned us a mentor. We got a time span of 2 months after getting to top 100 with the assigned mentor from Google themselves. We had a person from Microsoft, Google Ambassador program. He helped us, developing this particular product step by step, and it was really great by Google to really help us do it. So this is the overall technical overview of a particular application. Next, we will be discussing about the tips. What are the tips that we can give you so that you guys can also make it to the top, building a solution and building the particular challenge. Kishore, over to you.
Hi guys. I'm not talking about much like these guys take. I'm just start with how we choose the problem. Okay. How many of you watch movies? Just raise your hands. Same like you, I also watched a movie called 2019 or 2020. There is a scene in that a guy will tell the impact individual what's around him. That is the key idea that I take, and we discussed about it. Like, you can take ideas from movies or places you go on, like anything. We really add like cringe ideas, like one must travel 20 kilometers to pick up a girl. A girl need to do that, and our mentor just like spit us like you are like joking or what you are doing, and we spent a month for getting this idea. Like, start with idea. Yeah, pick a real-time problem. That's important. Like if you solve your problem that's not real-time or doesn't have any use, there is no use. So you should pick a real-time problem that will help you. Yeah, research about the solution. Like many people will do the same product like you. Like how many of you know Microsoft Imagine Cup? The last year winners are making the same product like us. Do you know that? They got like $100,000 funding in their and winning that Imagine Cup. Then seek guidance. Seek guidance from like experts, professors, like your friends, students, from random people, and tell your product. Like, start building. You have the resources, like you have the skills, but the most important thing that you have in right, like craziness. Why I am saying that? Like our team leader got just crazy about the problem. Like I think he worked like 16 to 20 hours a day for a week. It's like hyping, but it's true. He like lived with that problem for almost 3 months. Yeah, time management is a key. You have to submit, make sure you have to submit the problem before your week of the end date. That will help you that you are not in a rush. Yeah, takeaways from our journey. Thank you.
So the takeaways from our journey are, we had zero knowledge about the hardware part. As you can see the video, it is full of hardware, AI integrated, software integrated, complete product. But we had the experience for AI part and the software part and not the hardware part. So we researched YouTube videos and we read documentations about the hardware and got to know what all the components that are required to make the whole product. So you don't need to be completely experienced while you are building the product. Just in the course of learning itself, you will be able to achieve what all the things that is required for your product to be successful. So after going to the top 100, you will be assigned a mentor. As Arjun said, you will be assigned a mentor from Google. They will give guidance, support in the technical aspect as well as the business aspect as well. And they will give network connects also. Many network industry experts will guide you throughout the process to reach from 100 to top 10. So initially, 6 Sense was started as a project for Google Solution Challenge, but later now it has been developed as a startup called Genesis Labs Private Limited and Exovens. So we are building a startup which is based on 6 Sense, and we pitched our product 6 Sense to the Tamil Nadu government, and we pitched our 6 Sense to many of the investors, and Tamil Nadu government IT&T has incubated us under the second cohort Pathfinder.ai, and we have been officially incubated by Tamil Nadu government. So what made us stand out? So even Meta and Google has developed similar products. Like you can ask what is in front of me, it will answer. But the market that we focus, they are building for a content creators market, but we have the cost for helping and aiding the visually impaired individuals to live a life that how we are living. So that's what made us stand out.
So this year also our first presentation pitch during the Imagine 2025. So as a company, this was our first stall, and this is where we actually showcase our product to the public for the first time, right? So we started off as a group of 4 people working on a simple product just to submit a product for Google Developer Solutions, right? But here we are standing as co-founders of a company, and obviously this year is a simple stall and pitching session. So I would like to tell you guys for how far we have developed our product since the time period of a year, right? So starting off as just a device to be worn as a vest for the blind individuals, we obviously went to quite a few blind schools to get the remarks of the blind individuals. So we asked them to wear it and they gave us the remarks. So there were 2 major remarks. So one where it was too bulky and heavy to wear, so obviously that's something difficult for the blind individual. And also what they said was that, so if the vest, like the chest mounted vest, if it has been worn in the public, it is obvious that the person who is wearing it is actually a blind individual, right? So they want something so compact and discreet. So that's why that's when we focused on why not go with the smartless perspective, right? So that time, right now is currently the era of smartless. Just like how smartwatches came into existence, right now is when multiple companies are trying to bring things into the form of a smartless, right? So that's why we focus why not bring it in the form of a smart class. So that's that's how 6 Sense turned out to be into a smart class, right? So this year, right now, is a simple representation of our current prototype, the final prototype which we are working on. So now that we have brought this in the form factor of a smart glass, what we have planned is we have planned to bring it to the market in two different products. So one for the visually impaired and one for normal individuals, right? So for the visually impaired, there will be a blank shade in front of them, whereas for the normal individuals, we have planned to add an LED, transparent LED display. So that's the progress we have made over a year.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwin. As you can see, our journey started as a bunch of students were curious about building stuff. And right now, we just started it, we developed it, we became top 100, and now we have begun our own startup known as Genesis. So this is our journey for you guys. So we were just bunch of students like you, and right now we got opportunities to speak and inspire you guys. And right now we are building the product to the customers. So thank you guys. This is for you 6 cents. Okay. So if you guys have any Q&A, you can really ask. Okay guys, we will be here. If you have any doubts regarding how did we make it to top 100 and how was the journey, you can freely reach us out. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team 6 Sense. Emerging young minds like you people are what the country needs. I hope that every young mind in this room have been inspired to move further. Now, I welcome Mr. Pankaj Rai, a Google developer expert in Android, Firebase, and AI/ML with extensive experience in native Android development, Jetpack Compose, and ML integration. A passionate educator and community contributor, he has authored numerous articles, tutorials, and open source projects, mentoring developers worldwide. In this session, Mr. Pankaj Rai will share his expertise on building scalable and intelligent Android applications. Let's welcome Mr. Pankaj Rai with a big round of applause. I request all the participants to get ready with your laptops for the hands-on session.
Hey everyone. Well, I'm GD for Android, Firebase and AI. How many of you know about what is GD? No one? How many are from students over there? GDG, heard of GDG? So GDG are the guys who organize events, and GDs are those person who deliver tech talks. We write content, we deliver sessions, all on the tech aspect. And today's session, what I'm going to talk about is well, in today's session, I'm going to talk about Android. Well, how many of you are having Android phones? Almost all? And how many of you love Android? That's great. We are here for Android. Well, I assume that the majority of you might be a college students. So how many of you are aiming for job after 4th year? Okay, what about others? Startups? Masters, higher education. And how many of you are aiming for your startups? A very few of you. Well, can Android help? Not just take your startup to a new height, but also help to get started with your startup without any funding. Do you think it's possible even? I'm thinking for a startup without investing in a single rupee. Is it even possible? Well, this operating system have it capability. So let me ask you one simple question. Every one of you might have heard of aeroplane. Do aeroplane fly? How many say yes? Yes? Does it fly or glide? Well, aeroplane glide on air, right? But where it is much more safer? Is it on the runway or in the mid sky? On the runway? Anyone says it? In the sky, aeroplane is the safest place to be in. No? Runway? Yes? But to plane, the aeroplanes have the real value. It can just run on runway. It cannot glide through air. No? Yes? No? No? Well, what I am saying about this? The reason is about this number. For Android, we have roughly about 3.5 billion active users. Now you can think of this number. The application which you are going to create can have reachability to this many numbers. Now if you take half of half also, and if that many user base uses your application, it's none less than a successful startup and can even grow to a big scale company. Anyone can name about a company who is app based and doing great in market? Anyone? LinkedIn? Okay. How about other? Heard of Swiggy? Swiggy, Zomato. There are so many applications, which is a great example that an app can not just be a place of fun, but can be something which can help you to earn money also and scale your business to next level. But just alone this application is not sufficient. About market. In India, we have about 95% of the share occupied by Android alone. Think of India, how big is it? And about all these things, 95% market share just occupied by one operating system. This shows its dominant power. And what's good about Android is that it is available free of cost. It's an open source operating system, not just for OEMs, but as a developers. If you want to create any application, you can download Android Studio free of cost, create applications free of cost, and even run applications on emulator free of cost. So what is the one which is stepping you from a successful business to someone who is just ideating about the process is solution. Well, today I'm going to talk about what it takes for you to create a high quality Android applications and how you can scale them to next level. For any software things, there are three things which you really need to keep in mind. The first one is like design, next is architecture, and finally the connectivity. Well, anyone in the fourth year right now? Yes? No one in fourth year? Third year? Second year? And first year? So majority are from first and second year. So I think it's a good question to ask them. When you are in engineering, especially in the first and second year, from your mindset, what do you think, what is design? Is it just graphics? It's beyond graphic. Anyone want to say something? No, design is equal to graphics. Or is it beyond graphics? Well, design is two quite terms, popular terms which we use. That is UI and UX. And UI is all about what we see on the screen. And UX is how we interact with the element. The way we create the full navigation flow, that's nothing but UX. And creating a smooth UI and UX is the one which is going to make the difference. If the UI and UX is complex, it's an obvious case that people may or may not use your application. So what can we do to create a better UI and UX? Do we have any guidelines? Do we have any materials? Are there paid resources? The third thing is that it's all available on the Google website, free of cost for everyone to go through. And we are going to cover a few of them today. The first is fast and responsive UI. How many of you are Uber users here? Ola? So, do you feel that Uber and Ola have a complex UI? Do you find it tough to operate this application? So what stands out between these applications versus any other vendors is that they have invested a lot on UI. animations are quite smooth. UI is as straightforward as anyone who is not much educated can also use their application. And that stands out their application from any other application in the market. But what does it take for us to create that kind of application? The good thing is that with a very little effort, using Jetpack Compose, you can create similar type of application or even create similar type of animations. The prime target need to be keep your UI as simple as possible and make it responsive in nature. That's it. Next is, let's come to animation. Well, there used to be days where the moment you launch application, you will see some animation. And until that animation ends, you will not see anything. But do you think it's a great experience now in this generation? This generation needs something which is very fast in nature. But at the same time, the moment we add animation, that increases the overall look and feel of the application. So what can we do now? So the case is very simple again. Instead of stopping user to see the animation, can you make animation as a part of your application? Like here what you can see. When you click on like or when you click on the voice type of icon, the animation feels attached with the UI component. Instead of making a standalone animation that let the user wait and see the animation, instead if you could club it with a part of your UI, then that will make a difference. And then localization. How many languages we have in India? Anyone? The number of languages in India. Okay, number of official languages in India. 22? 22 is just the official language, but beyond official, how many languages we have? 98, 96, 200? Think of the impact that you can have. So we have so many languages in India, but if you create your application, which is just limited to English, do you think it's going to reach to mass scale? Majority of the users who do not understand English, they are not able to use your application. So isn't it that you are going to lose out all those chunk of users who do not understand this language? So how about if you add a flavor of localization to your app? And by adding this flavor, it's very straightforward that you are targeting not just English-speaking users, but also non-English speaking. And if you are creating solution for India, specifically for India problem, localization is something which you must have. Think of your parents. You may be able to use your applications, whatever application you like, in plain English. But if you give to your parents, they may or may not be able to use as effectively as you can use. But if they could get in the same native language, which they know very well, then they may be able to use it as effectively as you are using it. So localization plays an extremely key role, especially if you are targeting a market which is having so many languages. And if you are just targeting international users, English alone may be sufficient. Then let's come to widgets. Anyone use widgets? A very few of you. But do you think that widget is really helpful? Yes? So what stands out with a widget? An app with widget, an app without widget.
Ease of access.
Ease of access. Okay. What else? Okay. Well, widget is nothing but a short glance of what's there in the application. And without letting user open up the app, you are showing the content to the user using widgets. And Google has came up with a Jetpack Glance, a new framework to create widgets. The good thing here is that earlier we tend to write a lot of code to create widgets. And now we just need to write a very little piece of code to see a very nice looking and also animated kind of content for the widget using Jetpack Glance. And they are updated it with their Google Contacts application, and 80% of the users found the widget helpful to find new contacts or the relevant information through the widget. So this may be a small window for the success. Instead of making your app to open up the application again and again, if you could have a widget and display the most important or critical content on the widget, and thereafter drive the user from widget to your application, that increases the user retention and it also increases the engagement time with your application. Because until unless user opens up the application, they will not know what's going on inside. And widgets is exactly helpful for that. So there is a well-documented content by Google, and that's a link for this. It will tell you everything about widget, the design principle, and what are the effective ways through which you can create widgets. We also have certain code labs which talks about widgets, and probably with higher you may see few more announcements for widgets alone. Okay, so let's head over to new part of it, edge to edge. So I think majority of the users here are Android users. So how many of you know about this text bar? Okay, so if you open up any application in your mobile right now, on the top you will see a section which shows time, the battery percentage. And when you open up the application, the next section that you see is something called as toolbar. So how often do you see that the status bar is matching the color of toolbar? It's a very small thing, but that makes the difference because that gives a premium look to your application. So what am I talking about? That's nothing but edge to edge. Generally, this is how applications look like. You have your UI element in the center, and the top section you may have either complete white color or like the blackish type of color with the battery percentage, network symbols, and all those things. But what's wrong with this design? Well, if you see the entire UI element, then we are leaving behind the top section. Instead of occupying those parts, we are just reducing the screen width and height. So what can we do for this? Well, edge to edge is the solution. But if you directly enable this, you will see this problem. As the name suggests, edge to edge, it's all about forgetting about what is status bar, what is bottom bar, and just expanding the UI to match every corner of the screen. That is edge to edge. And once you directly enable it, this is the exact same problem which you will see. Because now it no longer cares about the camera part, the cutout, no longer cares about the status bar, even the bottom bar. What's good about this is, if you are using material 3, then you will not see this kind of experience. Instead, you will directly see this experience. And now think of this versus the previous one, the actual black color on the top. This looks much more premium than ever. And this is all about edge to edge. But if you are not using material 3, still it is possible to achieve this. So there are a flag through which we can control about the padding on the top, bottom, so as to give this kind of look. But what's best here is to use material 3, so that inherently you get support for all these things. Now let's talk about adaptive applications. How many of you are having foldable phones here? No one? No foldables? Okay. So the thing is that so many vendors who are coming up with foldables nowadays. And if you just think of your favorite application, whatever you use. Let's take example of Instagram. The UI that you are seeing on mobile, just imagine the exact same UI on tablet. It will have very weird design because it's have lots of empty spaces. So what's the better approach here? Based on screen sizes, we also need to have design. So that wherever the screen size grows, our design also changes. And And this is what exactly adaptive layout means. And again, the good part here is that because there are so many foldables nowadays in the market, so there is a dedicated support from the library to create this type of layout. You need not to care about whether it's a tablet, whether it's foldables, whether it's mobile. Using that framework, create your UI, and all the animations you are seeing, adjustment of layout will be taken care by the library. So that's about building adaptive applications. So we have covered about the design aspect. Now architecture. So how many of you loves DS and algorithm? No one? Only few members? How about other members? Okay, what's the difference between DS and algo? Who can tell me about this? Was it same? No, DS and algo is same. How many say no? So majority says that DS and algo is same. Okay, so what's the difference between DS and algo? Who can say about it? Anyone? There's no difference? Okay, well, the bad news that if you go for an interview, especially in the top MNCs, that's the first thing which they'll ask you. DS and algorithm. Whether you like it or not, you have to learn it. Especially during engineering, you'll go through lots of DS and algorithm process. So algorithm is nothing but the key part of the program, and DS is built using algorithms. There are so many data structures which we use in Android. And the best part is that without getting deep into what's DS and algorithm, you can directly utilize those in Android. But still, the reason why I was asking about DS and algo is, if you are not knowing about the basics of it, then it's hard to go beyond certain limit. So to be an effective programmer, it's quite critical to know about the depth of DS and algo. So what makes the architecture? Well, when you learn about this DS and algorithm, the prime thing that we learn is this, which is nothing but the separation of concern, driving UI, and UDF. What is separation of concern? Anyone can guess, a random guess about what is separation of concern? Again, separation of concern is also a tech term. No one? Separation of concern, any random guess what it could be? Okay? Well, separation of concern is like, we have different sections, and one section is responsible for one particular activity. That is separation of concern. And in Android, we follow this app architecture. So we basically have majorly two layers. The one is optional, UI and data layers. So the front part with which user interact is your UI layer. And data is provided to your UI layer through data layer. Okay, straightforward. Now we are going to get a bit deeper into this. In UI layer, we again have two subcategories. So the broader concept is UI layer, data layer. And in UI layer, again we have two major categories, UI elements and stakeholders. UI elements is nothing but the UI components with which user interacts. And stakeholders is the one which is going to provide data to it. That's it. Simple concept. We have two main layers, UI and data. UI have two sections, UI element and stakeholders. UI elements are the UI components which users see, and stakeholders are the one which is providing data to this particular UI element. And after this, we have the data layer. And this data layer is nothing but, again, two subsection here. The one which is doing network call. So, what is API? How many of you have heard of APIs? Majority of you? APIs? Can we do direct DB operation? So if you are saying we need APIs, that means it's nothing but a bridge between the database and our application. Why do we need the APIs? Why I cannot do direct DB call directly from my application? Any issues with this? Security, yes. So there are lots of risks which comes up when we directly give access to the database, especially to the client. And all those operations happens in the data source layer. The API calls really happens at a place where we can have either network call or the local DB calls. And repositories are just like the plug and play components. So you see right from the beginning, your UI elements comes on top. UI elements get data from which one? Stakeholder. And stakeholder gets data from plug and play components. That's nothing but repositories. And who provide data to repositories? The place where you do network call, that is your data source. That's the entire architecture that we follow in Android. And the tech term for this is MVVM. Anyone have heard of MVP? MVI? MVVM. No one heard of MVVM? Well, the tech term for this is MVVM. Model, view model. And this provides lots of benefit which I talked earlier, like separation of concern, it is easy to maintain, test, all sort of things. So that was about the architecture in Android. Okay, so how many of you remember about the layers? Let's check it out from this side and that side. Who remember the concept well? From this side, how many layers do we have? Only this side. 2 layers? Have all subsections also, including every subsection. How many layers do we have? Okay, let's hear from this side. How many layers do we have? 5 layers, 1 optional. Okay. How about this side? How many layers do we have? 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. Okay, how about that side? How many layers do we have? We only have 2 layers. And among 2 layers, the subsection includes UI element, stakeholders, and then towards the bottom we have repository, and then we have data source. They are not the layers, they are just sections. So we have only 2 layers, one is optional. So overall it's 3. So either you can consider 2 or 3. And one thing about the application is that if an app is taking a lot of time to launch, it's an obvious case that it's not having great user experience. Can you do something for that also? Now the best part is that without writing a single line of code, you can improve your app startup time about 40% just by using baseline profile. And what it does under the hood is that whenever we launch the application, just in time will kick in and baseline profile just remove that part. No more just in time when you launch the application. And by that we save about 30 to 40% of app startup time. And again, no need to write a single line of code for this because Android Studio will write the code on behalf of you. Just for the basic startup. If you want to go beyond that, you can easily write code, add some level of optimization on top of it. Everything goes to baseline profile. And the final part of this, the pillar is connectivity. So, how many of you are LinkedIn users here? So many. Can anyone tell me about any connectivity feature which you have observed in LinkedIn? Any feature which deals with connectivity? connectivity, what I mean is networking. In terms of networking. Okay, so how many of you have observed this feature that when your network is bad, the image quality that you see on LinkedIn is poor. And if your image, like if you are on Wi-Fi, having good network connectivity, then the image that it loads, that's of HD quality. That's one of the optimization which LinkedIn has added and which has helped to reduce the load time. And connectivity is all about that. So earlier we are focused on the UI UX. Second, the core part of the application, the architecture, which is having two main layers, UI and data. And the final is connectivity. If you have all these three things, a strong pillar in your application, then it's going to excel really very well in the market. And in connectivity, the two prime thing is how do you optimize networking and how do you optimize image. So let's talk about networking. So if you make your application to be available offline, so that user is not having good connectivity also, they would be able to see certain part of your app, then that improves the user retention rate. And Firebase, the real-time DB, Firebase Cloud Firestore offers this functionality directly out of the box. Being the DB, it offers this functionality. So if user is not connected to internet, or if they are on bad network connectivity, what it does is that it keeps in the local cache. And the moment the user regains the network, it pushes it back to the server. And then all the synchronization logic, everything happens on the cloud side. But whenever we give this kind of support, it's very important for us to maintain the updated data at the client side. So even though you are making your app as offline first, still do a network call so that you have the latest copy always with you. And then when it comes to images, okay, so how many of you heard of JPG format? PNG format? Any difference between these two? They both are same? One is compressed format, one is non-compressed format. Which one is compressed? Which one is non-compressed? JPEG is compressed. So that means the size of PNG may be more as compared to JPEG. Any other format apart from JPEG? It's there on screen. Well, WebP is one such format which is supported in Android and also in web. WebP is another lossless compression format through which we can further reduce the image size. And sometimes it reduces drastically. That your 1 MB file may come down to about 200 or 300 KB also, without losing much quality. And especially for Android or for any device which is not having very big screen, you can literally use this because it's not going to make much difference in a small window even if you have HD quality image. If you can pretend to be HD quality, that's sufficient, and web is exactly about that. And it also supports the dynamic rendering that we have HDR. So eventually the look and feel is going to improve, and at the same time, if you are putting it in the assets folder for your Android app, then the size of app is also going to reduce. If you are loading it directly from the network, obviously the load time will reduce, and the user will be able to see this very quickly. Any prominent app which you feel is using this format. It deals with image. So obvious case, that app has to deal with images. What do you think? Any Facebook users here? Very few of you. Facebook uses this format. And by that way you will see that the moment you launch Facebook, you will instantly see the images. Because the size is drastically reduced. And on the website, if you try to download image, mostly you download in the web format itself. And finally, towards the end of this session, let's talk about Gemini. Anyone who has not heard of Gemini so far? Everyone heard of Gemini. How many of you want to add Gemini to your application? Whether it's mobile or web, doesn't matter. Just a few? Okay? Just a few of you, okay. So, well, adding Gemini to your application is not a big deal. That's the first of all. You just need to initialize by adding the SDK. And the second, the most important part, is this. And that's the entire piece of code to have Gemini added to your application. The first part is having the declaration done, and the second part is generating content. That's it. So hardly by just having 10 lines of code, you can have the richness of generative AI in your application. And this is not just for Android, this is also available for Android, iOS, web, Python, Go, and so many languages supported for this. So that's the power of generative AI, which you can directly integrate to your application without much hassle, because everything is taken care by the SDK. Now let's talk about one of the applications which uses generative AI. How many Insta users here? Almost all. And how many of you uses filters whenever you post content? A very few of you. That means the remaining are like genuine users. You just post your images genuinely. Well, the one good thing which comes with Insta is that it's a platform which gives you an ability to share images by adding filters, animations, cool effect. But do Instagram uses AI? How many of you say yes? So have you ever imagined having an ability where you can add that type of same feature in your application? User may upload app, you can add filters. User may upload image with an outfit, and you can provide try-on feature. Or even they can upload an image and you can say about what's good, what's bad, how can they improve their look, all those things. Now the best part is that it is all possible through Gemini. And this app uses the exact same thing. It gives you an ability to transform image, which is not yet available for all the users. How you are looking, how you can enhance your look. All these things powered by generative AI. And behind the scene, what it uses is Vortex AI, Gemini APIs, Firebase GenKit, and CloudFusion. By using 4Tech, this app is available on the Play Store. And this is all about how you can use Gemini applications, seeing the previous snippet which I showed earlier. And then you can take whatever you built on the Play Store. And that's the fun thing about the code lab. If you want to try out multiple things, like the one which I talked earlier about the architecture, UI design. So there's one full code lab which is created, which talks about all these things. You can scan the QR code, you will see the entire code base. And once you open up this code lab, towards the end you will have an example section. That's the place where you can get the entire source code which you can download, run it in your machine, and try it out the app. Try adding the changes to this, try probably adding the Gemini API on top of it, and then just play around with Android application. Probably you may never know, the small idea which you may have a very big potential for the worldwide users. That's it. Thank you. Do anyone have any questions on Android?
Now I request the organizer of GDG of St. Joseph's College of Engineering, Ms. Janina Angelin, to felicitate Mr. Pankaj Roy. I request the participants to kindly wait. You will be having your lunch break within 10 minutes.
Guys, please be seated. We will be breaking in 10 minutes. The lunch is not ready yet. So till then, Ganesh will introduce.
Guys, you can talk among yourself. If you guys have any questions?
So the I use this one. This guy. Okay, cool. Alright. Good afternoon, everybody. It's the first time I've come to this college and it's elaborate. It's like a small city by itself. It's huge and I see there are like 2-3 different engineering colleges and all that in the vicinity, right? It's absolutely amazing. When they told me at the gate that you will have to travel 1 kilometer inside to get to the gate, I'm like, where have I come? You know, it's like going to a new town entirely. It's amazing. It's amazing that you guys have these facilities to study, to learn, and then all of these other technologies that Google is providing to be able to build amazing things. And to be able to build that with just starting from a small idea. So I'll tell you a bit about myself and then about some of the things that you could potentially build. Okay? I've been working for more than 20 years. A few things, there is a program called a Google Developer Expert within Google. So if you are very good at Google technologies, and you go speak about it, or you go create videos or blog posts and all of that, you will be selected as a Google Developer Expert. Okay, so it's not a paid job, but it allows you to explore a lot of things. And then on Google Cloud itself, there are these certifications that you can take. So for example, if you want to work in machine learning, there's certification for that. If you want to work in DevOps, there's certification for that. If you want to be a professional architect or a data engineer, or a database engineer, or a cloud developer, there are about 10 different certifications. So I'm one of the few people in the world who have all the certifications, and today I help a lot of others also get certified. Because in getting certified, you are proving that you stand out from the rest of the crowd. Okay? So agreed, you have your engineering degree, but then all of you have it. Then when you go look for jobs, what will make you stand out? Right? You need to have some way in which to demonstrate that you are better than the next person. Right? And as some of these things, the competition increases, it is good for you to stand out in ways that show, okay, I have done something that the next person has not done. Okay? So the few ways in which to do it, obviously one of the ways is in these hackathon kind of things, to build apps to show that you have the capability to build things quickly, to come up with an idea, to execute it, and to demonstrate that it actually works. So I have been working for more than 20-25 years, but I still attend hackathons. Okay? Because it's amazing, based on all the other things that you could potentially do, to be able to come up with an idea in a short time, to implement it and demonstrate it, shows a certain not only commitment to the task, but the ability to work in a high-paced, fast-paced environment. Okay? So one of the ways, like I said, is to qualify yourself by taking certifications. So I run a YouTube channel called Awesome GCP now, where I've helped a lot of people get certified. Yeah?
And today, as part of this, today I create for Google, I create some of the questions. When you go write the, when you go take the sample exams, about half the exams have been created by me. And I do a lot of these courses now for Google. So if you are learning, usually this is given out to companies and professionals. So if you want to study about machine learning engineering, there's a course. Right? So who creates that course? So I help with some of those things, right? Creating the course for these two technologies. This is me, and I used to be what is called a Google Cloud authorized trainer, where I go train companies like Deloitte or Infosys, Wipro, the ones you've heard, the Indian ones. We train them on how to use Google Cloud. Okay. So that's about me. As part of my daily task, one of the things that I do is to very quickly create applications. Say, hey, here is a new technology. How do I create something based on that? Okay. Right now I'm not presenting from my laptop, so I'm not able to show you the demos. But within like half an hour, I've been able to create applications that are very, very powerful. Okay. And this is of late, the ability to do that has accelerated the technologies that we have today. Okay. I'm going to demonstrate one of those. This is something I did a little while ago using something called generative AI, and I'll walk you through the process of building that. Okay. So in September in 2023, towards the end of September 2023, Google gave us a bunch of free credits. Right? Rahul just mentioned that you guys also got some free credits. So Google gave me some free credits, and a bunch of us actually, and said go build whatever you want. Right? Show us what you can build. Use generative AI to build something useful that you might, that would be useful. So I took those credits as much as you should and build something. I took those credits and said, what can I build? And if I build something using generative AI, then I have to understand what generative AI is. Okay, how does it work? And if I understand how it works at a code level, then I can build applications using that core technology. Okay. So the next question is then, what is the technology itself? How does it work? How is it built? All of that. Okay. So first we'll start a little about what is generative AI, how it is created, and how you can build apps on it. So the starting point for generative AI is to take a lot of text. Okay? And we are talking only about a certain kind of model called the language model. Today we have what are called multimodal. Okay? Multimodal means there are different modes. So language is a mode, image is a mode, audio is a mode, video is a mode. Okay? To simplify this, let's talk only about text. So you collect text from a large number of places. It could be books, it could be Harry Potter books, it could be engineering books, it could be customer conversations when you go talk at a bank website saying, hey, I need this help or whatever, it could be that. It could be news sites, websites, all this text that you have, you collect that and you run it into a certain algorithm. But why is this different? Right? Why is this approach to taking a large amount of text different from what we used to do earlier? So you still do this, but it was not the right or efficient way of doing it. Okay, so in the past what we would do is, we would have databases, SQL databases, and there'd be text that you fill in, right? So in this cell, you can put numbers, in another cell you can put text, so on and so forth. But this takes a large amount of effort to bring insights. Okay, so I used to work for a company in Paris for about 5-6 years, where every time you booked a ticket at an airline, every time you stepped into an airport, every time you ordered food on an airplane, anything that you do with airlines and airplanes, I will get that information. Okay, so the company that I was working for, it was called SITA, Societe International Telecommunication Aeronautics. It's not our Indian Ramayana's Rama Sita thing. The SITA was a consortium of almost every airline in the world. And any information, anything you do in an airplane, you check in luggage, you order food, we get that information. And then we have this huge amount of information from all the airlines and airports in the world that we have to process. Okay? And then you have to see, okay, how much did we spend? What did we do? What's going to happen? All of these kind of insights we need to be able to do. But usually that takes a long time. So I was managing multiple teams, and one team was only for processing this data. Okay? Every airline, every airport, anything you do, we get that information, huge amount of information. Okay? So over days, every month, at that time, there was Kingfisher Airlines, Air India, Indian Airlines, all of them, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, China Air, all of them will send that information. Every airport, Heathrow Airport in London, the Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, all the Chinese, Indian airports, we get every bit of information. Okay? And it will take about 75% of our effort just to clean up the data and start processing it. Okay? So it's a lot of work. So in this other model, we don't care about structure of the data. You just take the data as it comes. I don't care whether it's numbers or text or whatever. Just give me all the information. And then what you do is you put that into an algorithm that churns out a model. Okay? Now what is a model? A model is a representation of real world data in a way that allows you to make predictions. Okay? So what is a model? A model is a representation and an analysis of real world data that allows you to make predictions. That's important, right? The predictions part is important. So for example, today we know exactly when the sun will rise on March 20th. We know exactly what time it will set on December 15th. How do we know that? Because we've collected information about all the sunrises for many years, and then we make a model of it that distills the idea of how we can predict when the next one will happen. Now why is this important? Because a lot of things are based on that model. When flights take off, when we should not be flying, what time we should switch off lamps, the street lamps and all that, depends on when the sun is going to set and when the sun is going to rise. Okay? So even if it might seem simple to you, okay, we know when the sun rises and sets, a lot of real world things are dependent on that model. Okay? Similarly, when you look at Google Maps is a representation of a real world. Right? It shows where the traffic could be. It's not the actual traffic. It's showing where the traffic could be, how much time it will take, which allows you to then plan. If you need to go from here to some other place, okay, here's the route you'll take. Here is how much it will cost you to go there, how much time it will take. Right? So you take information about the real world, put it into a model, and then you can ask questions to the model. If I want to go from Chennai to Madurai, how much time will I take? What traffic, what are the potential traffic situations? Is it going to be rush? Is it going to be rush hour? Is it going to be light traffic? You are able to make these inferences, which allows you to then plan what is the right thing to do. Okay? So the models therefore take real world data, create some an algorithm that allows you to then plan what we should do next. Okay? So it's very important. And there's in fact books about model thinking, creating models, creating systems and all of that. Okay. So in our model, where we collected a lot of text, we now want to predict how to create more text. Alright? So let's say we take up all the words in the English language, right? So once we've studied all the words from all the text in Harry Potter and engineering books and customer conversations and all, take all of that. Okay, so that when you start, there's no connection between them. Okay? Now, when the model finds some information like this, let's say it's news saying, in Paris, France's capital, the president said. Okay? So now there are three keywords, Paris, France and capital. So the model understands that there's some connection between this. We don't know what the connection is, but there is some connection. So it says, okay, Paris, France, capital, let's put a weightage of 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Then let's say it reads the next text, which says, I landed in the Charles de Gaulle airport in France's capital. Okay? Now again, there are stronger connections now between Paris, France and capital as compared to say Paris and New Delhi. Right? Because there is no occurrence of Paris and New Delhi in the text, it's not that strong. Whereas this content becomes stronger. Again, when the next thing is read, right? The finals will be played in France's capital. Anybody plan to visit? Again, France, capital, Paris. Okay? So over a period of time, the model starts adding a weight to the connections between these words to make it strongly associated. Alright? So now if I ask a question, so at the end of it, it puts down a whole, what is called a model, which is basically a large set of numbers. Okay? This is very important to remember. When you started off, you had gigabytes and terabytes of text. Okay? Then you run it through this algorithm, and at the end of it, what do you have? You've got a large set of numbers. Okay, so the original text is completely gone. There is no way in which you can access the original text. All you have is numbers that represent the original text. Okay, so this is very different from, say, when you run Google search. When you do Google search, or if in a Chrome page, when you do search and you say search for this word, what does it do? It's going and looking for an exact match of the text. Okay, here you don't have that. Here you got only numbers that represented the original text, which has a lot of advantages. So for example, when if the original data that you started off was with terabytes of data, it will reduce the whole thing to a few gigabytes or megabytes. Okay, so you've compressed information. You've taken a large amount of information, knowledge, and compressed into a small unit, which you can now put anywhere. So for example, if you wanted all the knowledge in the world, one way to do it is download all of that to your mobile phone. Is that practical? No. Because your mobile phone will have maybe a few gigabytes of data. Now, but can you put this into your mobile phone? Yes, you can. Okay? So the way of model creation is to take a huge real world representation, reduce it to a small set of numbers to which you can ask questions to make predictions. Okay? So the beauty of it is amazing, where you have compressed knowledge into a few gigabytes that you can do anywhere. I can put it on my watch, you can put it in your phone, anywhere else. Okay? So now with this information, let me ask a question. Okay, and I'll walk you through this. If I ask this model, what is the capital of France? Okay, how would you continue a conversation like this? So in generative AI, that question itself, as you know, is called a prompt. Yeah, so when you ask ChatGPT a question, the question is called a prompt. Okay? And then there is another thing called a context. At this point when you start, the context and the prompt is the same. Okay? So the question is, what is the capital of France, which is a prompt, and at this point it is also the context. Now, how does it answer such a question? When you ask this question, first what does it have? The model already has all the words in the English language, right? So you take all the words, then you use the chart or the graph or the model that we built to identify the strong connections. So when I ask what is the capital of France, what two words do we already know? Capital and France. According to a model which is the third part of the triangle, it was Paris. Right? So it now looks at the whole set of words, assigns them probabilities. Okay? And a probability adds up to 1, right? All probabilities add up to 1. So the highest probability ones will be things like Paris or France's and something like that. Yeah? And then based on this, you say, okay, choose any one. It could be Paris or it could be the, it doesn't matter too much, but start with any one. Okay? So at this point, I'm saying, okay, let's just take Paris. And remember that the model itself has all the other words, like what and is and the and all of that, but really that's not as strong as Paris, capital and France. Yeah? So given that, when I ask a question, what is the capital of France, which is a prompt, it has to predict the next word. Alright? And let me make the decision about the very first word. The very first word I'm saying is Paris. Alright? So now the prompt is, what is the capital of France? But the context is, what is the capital of France and the word Paris. Does it make sense? Yeah. So the new context is the prompt plus the new word that I've got. Now, if you when the model is trained, it is trained on the English language, so it's able to understand things like grammar. Okay. So if this is the context, can you predict the next word? What is the next word after this? Is. So again, it runs through the model, says that when there is a noun, you need to have typically a word after that, right? Like a pronoun. Paris is, Paris was, Paris could, things like that, yeah? In this case, Paris is. Now this is the entire new context. What is the capital of France? Paris is. What is the next word now? The. What is the word after that? Capital. Okay. So the whole process of working with LLMs is the ability to look at a large amount of data, distill it down into numbers that represent the data, and ask questions to that numbers. Okay, it's very high level view of it, but it just works. Okay, and it's amazing that it works, but it does work. So, given that, a few things, you can think of LLMs as a sophisticated autocomplete, and you can ask questions to the model based on what it was trained on and get answers to it. So, if you have a language that is generally used in the data that you trained, you can then use that to ask and get information or knowledge out of it. Okay? So, it's an amazing process. If I ask the question then, roses are red. What is the next thing? Violets are blue, because it's just been trained on that. Okay, and what comes after that could be quite random, right? Because there are many ways to continue. Roses are red, violets are blue, and then you say something else. Yeah. If I ask it, okay, here is the context that I have for where I equal to 0. So what is the next letter? What's the next? Yeah. It would actually, if you're going letter by letter, what's the next one? The semicolon. And then the comparison plus the iterator, so on and so forth. Right? So if you train the LLM, the model on poetry, you can do poetry. If you train the model on programming and coding, you can do programming and coding. Right? And there are models today that do all of this, which are called the foundational models, because they're foundational to building anything else, and you can customize it. Okay, so it's very, very, very powerful. So now the question is, I've got an idea of what generative AI is, how it works, what can I build. Okay. One of the things I struggle with all the time, let me walk you to one other example first. At that point, I was planning to buy a monitor. I needed an extra monitor to do a lot of coding. So I went and saw these kind of model numbers. Okay, so there will be a model number that says 64, and I was like, what does it mean? Okay, and if you go on Amazon or Flipkart and try to buy this, they don't give you enough information. They just say the screen size is so much, and there's not more information about it. So I looked at this and said, what is this? What does it represent? Okay, and what I understood was that these numbers represent specific things about the product being made. For example, if it said 6, it meant that it was built in certain year, right? So 6 meant 2016. If it had Q, it meant QHD. If it had U, it meant Ultra HD. So you can see even something that is cryptic like this is actually a language, right? It represents something with a certain grammar, that 6 stands for something, 4 stands for something, R stands for something, so on and so forth. So very quickly I built out this app where I put in a model number and I wanted to tell me what it stands for. Okay? So this was done in like a matter of an hour or something. I've not put it up right now, but it worked. So now I ask something like, okay, what does this stand for? What is QW's thing? It is able to give me full information about what this product is based on the product number alone. Okay, and this doesn't require anything else except asking this question to Google AI. Okay, just say, explain this model number to me, and I have all that information. Okay, so I know that it works, and now I'm looking for a bigger challenge, right? So for example, as part of your hackathon, if you want to build out something, think about things that you're using right now. At that point, when I wanted to do this, I was looking for a monitor, and I said, hey, how can I use generative AI to build something useful for me? Okay, so inspect or think about what you need in your life right now, right? I don't say things like money and all, but things, tools that you can build that that can make your life easier, that can make your life more productive. Okay, so ideas can come from what you are currently doing, and then say, how can I build this out? Okay. Again, I'm not presenting from my laptop, but I'll tell you this: in the past few weeks, I've built at least 4 or 5 different tools that make me way more productive. So I built this Chrome extension where, because I read a lot of articles, I don't want to read through 5,000 words. Okay, so I built a Chrome extension about half an hour where it will automatically pull out the text, give it to Google AI, it summarizes into like 4 or 5 lines and shows it on top of my Chrome browser. Okay, so now I've been able to save so much time. Now, if I had to read a 4,000 word article, either I wouldn't read it at all because it takes so much time, or it takes that much time and I feel it's a waste. Okay? So within half an hour, I quickly go build a Chrome extension using generative AI and put it on my and include it as a browser extension. Okay? So think about where you are right now. Think if you're spending unnecessary time on things that could be speeded up, and try to build a tool for that. Okay? So at that time, I wanted to build something more that will be very useful for me. Okay? So what can I build? One of the things I struggled with was working with commands. Okay? So usually now when you're working in the cloud, you're sitting here, but you're controlling computers that are, say, in Tokyo or US or Europe or somewhere. Okay? And the way to do that is usually through command line. Right? There are browsers and everything, good catch. There are browsers and everything, but it takes time to go through the browser and click here and choose things and all of that. Right? A much powerful way of working with computers is through the command line. Right? So you write these commands on the command line and do whatever you want. So I know people, for example, my friend at Cisco, they run a team that manages like some 80,000 computers across the world. Okay? The way to do that, the way to manage 80,000 computers is not to go to a browser UI and click buttons and all of that. It just doesn't work. The scale doesn't work. You're not very productive. Instead, what you do is you go find a command line which you're able to run quickly and say, run this command on 50,000 computers. Run this upgrade on 10,000 computers, like that. Right? So the command line is very, very, very powerful. But at the same time, it is also very complex. Right? You can't remember commands, which is why the browser is easier to do. With the browser, there's visual information saying, okay, if you click here, you'll get this. Right? Whereas the command line, you don't get that. So there is the power of the command line and commands, but there is a problem of remembering what the commands are. Okay. So my question at that point was, how can I bridge this gap? Can I use generative AI to build a tool that will make this faster for me? Okay. And this is not just for, this was a few commands I put. Even if you go into Google Cloud has like some 200, 250 products. Each of them has a command line. So for example, the way you will create a virtual machine, if you want to create a virtual machine in Iowa in the US, the way you run that command is you would say gcloud compute, create something and all of that. Okay? And then you have to say region, Iowa, in this place, all of those kind of things. It's very complex to do and you don't want to remember it. And then if you go into Docker and Kubernetes and all of that, there are like thousands and thousands of tools, all of with their own command line, and there's no way you can remember it. And you don't want to remember it. In fact, if you guys have read Sherlock Holmes, Watson asked Sherlock Holmes in one story saying, how do you remember all these things? And he says, I don't. Because your brain has limited capacity. It's like a room. When things fill up in the room, and then there's new information, some old things have to go out. Okay? So for example, one of the things you would have seen is you'll see your grandparents and all forgetting things. Right? It's not that they have dementia, it's not that they have Alzheimer's, but they forget about small things. Right? So for example, it might be some actor, or they don't know who, some movie there was, they don't remember who the actor is. Why? Because their brain is already full. Right? There's limited capacity, and then when you add new information, all things go on. Which is also why when you see small children, they tend to remember everything they've done. My daughter, for example, she's 4 years old. If I tell her on March 1st, saying that on 3 Sundays from now, I'll give you a chocolate, she'll wake up on the 3rd Sunday at 7 in the morning and ask, where is my chocolate? Whereas if I asked you right now, what did you have for lunch on Thursday night? You guys will struggle to remember, right? Because that information is not relevant for you, and you don't want to remember all these details. So, in running commands, I struggled to remember commands, though it was very useful to remember the commands. So what I did was, I went into AI Studio, and I said, create a command for me. Okay? So there are different ways in which you can work with AI Studio. You should absolutely try out this tool. It's a free tool that allows you to test prompts. So there are different kinds of prompts that you can use. One of them is a chat prompt. Okay, so this is what you usually see with ChatGPT and Bard and Gemini and all, where you ask a question and it remembers what it said before. So it's like a conversation with a friend you've known for a while, right? When you go ask a friend a question, he knows the things that you've talked about before and he knows the context. So the conversation continues as if you have talked about this previously. But what happens with things like this is usually very old conversations are forgotten. Okay? So you can't have an infinitely long conversation with ChatGPT or Gemini or Bard because there's only limited context that they can retain. The other kind is where you what's called a structured prompt. If you say things like, if X is Y and A is B, then what is C? Right? So you're prompting with examples. And the third one is the free-form prompt, where you ask any question to it and it answers without any context. Okay. So I don't have my laptop, like I said, I'm presenting on somebody else's. But I'll show you how I did this. And you should also do this as part of the thing that you built. So I go into AI Studio and I say, what is the command to get the pods in a namespace N2? Okay. So remember, this is something that uses a tool called Kubernetes. I have not mentioned Kubernetes. Okay. I've just said command to get the pods in namespace N2, and it responds with that command. Okay. So the command to do that is kubectl get pods -n N2. Now this is very important to know that I have not given it a list of commands saying these are all the Kubernetes commands. Okay, I've just asked it in plain English saying, give me the command to get the pods in the namespace. And I said, okay, don't give me explanations, just give me the command. Right? So I have been able to, within a matter of seconds, validate my idea that if I wanted to ask commands from Gemini, I can do it. Okay, so I have an idea that I want commands to be generated. How do I test it? Go into AI Studio, ask a question, I get a response, and now that I know that it will work. Alright? So I know that as a minimum viable product, this can work. Now the question is, how do I make it an app? So then you go into AI Studio, you say get code, and then it gives you the code. And you can copy paste it into your whatever editor, and then you have working code right now. Right? So you guys can. I'll show you where to test it out. So in the code itself, it says here is an API key that you can use, and then it has got a certain URL. Okay, that says this is where you ask the question to the URL, and then you ask the prompt. You include the prompt in the text. So the third bold line that you see contains the question. Okay, so not only have I validated that will work, but I've also got code that I can immediately use to build out something. Alright? And there are a few things there that I'll talk to you about. Now when I run this, it gives me a whole JSON response from which I use a tool called JQ to extract the particular content that I want. Okay? So you guys can test this out right now. Let me take you quickly to the website and then I'll come back to the rest of this. Okay? So go to gencommand.com. Go to gencommand.com. Okay? And at the bottom on that page, at the bottom on the gencommand page, there are a few links that give you examples of questions you can ask. Okay, this is just a demo of something that I built, but it's very useful, and if you're, I guarantee you that will save you a lot of time, and it's all free by the way. Okay, so just once again, you can go to gencommand.com, right? Generate command. That is the thing. Go to gencommand.com, and then at the bottom, there is a bunch of links that you can use to test out how can generate commands. So if you have tried this already, you can check it out. There are examples that you can click at the bottom, and you'll see in the list of examples, there are examples about Kubernetes, about Docker, about find, about grep, about set. There are even questions not in English, but in French, in Spanish, all of that. Okay. So test that out. Just for you to see, and like I said, it's also very useful. And now let me go back to how I built it. So when you ask a question in English saying, how do I do this using the command line, I'm able to take that prompt, send it to Gemini API, get the response, pull out the exact part that I want, and show it to you in the command line or in the browser. The one that we are using is right now in the browser. But most people who use it, they use it from the command line itself. So in many workplaces, you don't have the browser at all. Right? You don't have access to a browser. Anything you do, you connect to a remote computer through a terminal, and you have only that. Right? There's no way you can connect to remote machines using a browser. I mean, not in all cases, but in most cases. So you can test it on the browser as you see it, but you can use it on the command line when you use it later. So the way it works is to take the question that we asked, right? Take the question that we asked, get the response back, and in the question that we asked, if you see the bottom set of JSON, you can see things like temperature, top K, top P, and all of that. Okay, so those are ways in which you can ask or specify what exactly you want and how you want that data returned. Right? So one of the things is, for example, there's a thing called top P. Top P stand is a probability value, and it says, though there can be 100 responses, I don't care about the 100. Give me the ones that are in the top 0.7 probability. Okay. So the ways in which you can answer the question, what is the capital of France? There might be 100 ways in which you can start the question. Right? You could say Paris is the capital. France has a capital which is. The place has any country has a capital, and for France. So there are ways in ways it should potentially start. And now you're saying, I don't want to think about all the ways. Give me something in the top P of 0.7. Okay, so for here in this case, the sentence is, it's raining cats and something, right? And the potential could be, answers could be, it's raining cats and dogs, it's raining cats and rain, it's raining cats and drops, all of that. But I don't care about all the hundreds or thousands of possibilities in the end. Give me the something that adds up to a 0.7 probability. Okay? So in this case, it is a first 3 words, and it's going to select something from the first 3. Similarly, top K, instead of looking at the probability distribution, it looks at a set number, right? So in this one it says top K given 4. From the first 4 of the highest probability, give me any one response. Yeah. And then there's an interesting thing called temperature. In physics, we've learned for example, when you heat an object, what happens? The molecules within it keep moving very fast, and in that movement, heat is generated, right? So, for example, if you're cooking some, say, a dosa on a pan, how does that work? When you put fire to the pan, the pan itself heats up, and because of that, the molecules move very fast, and the molecules that bump against the dosa pan, that heats up the dosa, right? So it's called conduction. Similarly, there's thing called convection in liquids and gases. When you're baking a cake, it uses something called convection, when the gas gets heated up and it cooks your bread or cake or whatever. So essentially, when you apply heat, things move, things change. Okay? So the higher the temperature that you set, there's more creativity in the output. Right? So when you have certain use cases, say for example, you are trying to predict what disease a person has, you don't want creativity there. Right? Somebody has got high temperature, okay, he's got fever. You don't want to come up with something like, oh, he's got high temperature, he probably has diabetes or thing. You don't want it to be creative, right? You want to give exact answers. But in certain cases, you want creativity. Like for example, when you're writing poetry, or if you're writing a story, then you want a higher temperature that you set. Okay. So as an example, if I asked the LLM to say, describe a circle. At low temperature, it might say, it's a closed shape with no corners. But if I set high temperature, then it will come out with something creative, right? You'll say things like this closed shape that curves into itself, that has no beginning and end, all of it is true. But when you're answering an exam paper, and if somebody asks what is a circle, you don't want to get into poetry, right? So you adjust these variables like top P, top K and temperature to suitably control the output that you get from the model. Okay. Then there are a few other things like safety. You don't want output, for example, that has violence or that could be considered sexual harassment or hate speech and all of that. Okay. So you want to be able to control the output of the model itself. Okay. So now back to the code. Once I had a version that said, okay, this could work, all I had to do was put it into some bash script and run it on the command line, right? And all of this is open source right now. And this bash script itself doesn't work everywhere. So then I had to rewrite it in a language called Go, an amazing language called Go. If you guys haven't used it, you should try it out. And Go allows you to cross-compile, right? So you can say, I write on my Mac, but then I want to run on Linux or Mac or Windows. I can do that. So all of this again requires a API key from Google. And if you, like some of you have tried running Gen command right now on the web browser, if you have to run this, you'll again have to get an API key. And I said that doesn't work. I need to help people use it without getting an API key. So then I built out a full UI for it. Okay. So today Gen command now is available on the browser. You can see it. Let me show you the architecture. Right. So Gen command itself is very simple. There is a portion that allows you to run from the command line, which is the bottom left. It allows you to also run from the browser. That I'm using Angular and TypeScript. And when you run the command, that goes into a backend database written in Firebase. Okay? So Firebase is a very easy, simple database to work with. And in the backend, you can also switch between different models. If you want Gemini or Bard or Gemma or whatever, you can choose that. So this was the example that I showed you, where you can run it within the browser. Okay? Sorry, wrong way. With that, let me just give you a few final comments. Okay? In building this application, though now it is quite a complex application with a website and a command line and backend database and all, the time it took me to go from I have an idea to testing it out was a few seconds. Okay? And for that, you should use this tool called AI Studio. And to take it from, hey, this works, to writing full code was about half an hour, 1 hour. Okay? And then to scale it out so that thousands of today, many people across the world are using Gen command. And to scale it out so that I can have so many people use it, I use this thing called Vertex AI. Okay, so Google has all the tools that allows you to go from idea to a working prototype in seconds to minutes, and then from there to build it on a full-scale app. It has got the tools, but it takes a little more time, right? And for that, you need to understand a little bit about Google Cloud and all. But with AI Studio, you are able to easily go from an idea to a working app within a matter of minutes. So a few things that I will wrap up with. You guys should definitely go try this out on gencommand.com. You should register because you will get higher, because it's free, but running it is costly. Okay, if you're you guys, because you got credits, it's fine. But if I'm running it for a long time, a lot of people use it. It costs me a lot of money, right? So I have controlled how much free usage is there. So if all of you use it a lot right now, I stop it, right? I automatically, there's a rate limiter. Like if you do more than 50 per minute, I say sorry, no more. Yeah. So just to control the usage, I will only give higher usage only to those who are registered. Right? So it is useful. Definitely try it out. There is I've written about how I built this with examples on my Medium post. There's also the first shell script version that I wrote, and then the converted Go version that I wrote that allows you to run it everywhere. So it's a fairly simple tool that grew from a requirement that I had. Okay? And in summary, before I sign off, what I encourage you to do is again to look at what you are facing right now, what tools you need, what are you doing such that you can go improve your productivity. Right? There's something that's taking me 2 hours to do. Can I reduce it to 2 minutes? What are the things that are taking 2 hours to do that you're doing regularly? Or 1 hour to do? And is there something I can build, a small tool that I can build to reduce the effort that I put into that? Okay? So think about that, it will give you ideas. And then of course you can work on your workshop and your lab and figure out what is the next tool that you can do. And remember again, this started off as a potential thought, but I was able to make a full app for it in about half an hour. Right? And that's very, very powerful. And today this saves me, on average it saves me at least, every day it saves me about an hour or two. Okay, so that's a huge productivity boost. Instead of losing 2 hours every day, I spent 1 day, 2 hours of work, and now every day I'm able to gain time. Okay? So think about potential use cases like that will improve your life. Okay? So with that, I'll sign off. Thank you everybody and wish you the very best with this event. Okay? Thanks. So they're saying that if there are questions, I can field some. If there are any questions about, there are a few things I talked about. I talked about Google Cloud certifications, about the GDG program, and about AI Studio and Vertex and everything. So, go ahead.
Wonderful presentation, but a question. Can you please go back to where you use Google AI Studio and how is it? What's the relevance of getting that URL or get code? How do we use it in our application?
So I wish I had my browser. I had my laptop to show it. So the get code itself has the URL inbuilt, and that's the endpoint for the API. You just have to plug it into your code, copy paste that code, and then change the prompt. You see the field called text, you change that prompt. That's it.
So do I change it contextually based on the question that the user asked?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So depending on your app, you will change that. Okay.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
There are so many API like a Postman API. Why we have to use only Gemini API?
If you're using generative AI, that is the API that you're using. That's the only reason, right? So Postman is not necessarily an API. Postman is a API testing tool. So you can use Gemini API within Postman also to test it out. Okay. But for anything generative AI that you're doing using on that you want to use Google Cloud's model, that's where you use this.
Sir, is AWS clouding AWS clouding exam and Google clouding exam is both are same or different?
Very different. I mean, they're coming from different companies. It's like asking, is Gmail different from Yahoo Mail, right? So they're similar products, but provided by different companies.
Sir, if we want to get a cloud training certificate, what we have to do?
To get certifications. Okay. I'm assuming all of you are in college right now. I don't think there are any external people who come from a company here, right? So in Google Cloud, he asked about certifications and how we can get them. So Google Cloud has 2 associate certifications and I think about 10 professional certifications. Okay. If you're in college, you should attempt the 2 associate certifications. So there's something called ACE, Associate Cloud Engineer, and there's a very new one called the Associate Data Engineer, I think. Okay. The associate certifications are a slightly lower level than the professional ones. Okay. At college level, the ACE certifications are great. Okay, the associate certifications are great. Focus on that. But I know there are people who have got even the professional certifications while in college. Okay. And it helped them secure jobs faster. Okay, just the fact that you took the exam, that you tried it out, all of that helped. Okay. So start with the 2 associate certifications, and if you have the time, then go for the higher professional ones. But remember that each of them cost. So I believe the associate certification is about $125 without discount. There is a discount in India, so it's about $50 to $70 now. But many of these programs, like what Google conducts, not this one, sometimes at the end of it they give you a free voucher. So professional certification will be about $150, which right now is about 15,000 rupees. They'll give that to you for free if you attend the courses. So you can try for both.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where are you?
Sir, here.
Right?
Here, S. Vignesh from KSR IET.
Hey.
I have a doubt, sir.
Yeah.
In Gemini API, we can generate a video.
Yes, but I don't think it is available for you right now. Okay. So there is a product called VO that has been open to some of us, but not necessarily to you. Okay. So Google, as part of the AI, generative AI product set, there is this thing that generates text. There's another one called Chirp that generates audio. There's something called Imagen that generates images. Not only generates images, but allows you to edit images. Okay? And then there's a 4th one called VO, which is generating video. But the thing is, Google controls this a lot. Okay? So as of now, VO is going through a lot of testing. I think I got access to it last week, but I don't think it's publicly accessible right now. Okay, sir. And usually that's the way they roll it out. They won't give. See, a company like Google, even though their products are sometimes way better than the competition, sometimes they're not able to just release it to everybody because if there is misuse of it, Google gets affected.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So VO will be publicly available, but not yet. Even for things like Imagen. Imagen is a very powerful tool for image editing. I have access to it. The general public doesn't have access to it. Okay. So VO will also come, not yet.
Thank you, sir.
There have been many cases, even that I didn't know, where people misused some of the Google technologies. And because Google is such a big company, it has to be very careful about the, what happens here, public relationships. Public relations are affected if somebody misuses it. You know, another company like ChatGPT, OpenAI, they don't care, right? They can do whatever they want. People misuse it, yeah, that's your problem, right? And similarly with Twitter/X, they release a product called Grok that can generate images, right? And you can create whatever nonsense you want with it. You could create things that are, of a sexual nature, of violent nature, all of that, and they don't care. Right? But Google takes a little more care in the releases of their products because they want the world also to be careful about it. So it's not that Google doesn't have these products. In fact, they're the first ones to have many of these, but they're way more careful about giving it out because one wrong move, it could affect the entire company, right? With Twitter and X and all of that, they don't care, right? Especially after Elon Musk came, they just don't care. Do whatever you want. If you screw it up, we don't care. Right? And similarly with OpenAI, they can release anything, but even if something goes wrong, it doesn't affect anything else for them. Right? There's no other product but this. But for Google, they've got Gmail and YouTube and Google Cloud, and they've got, Google, I don't know if you know this, Google has about 10 products with more than 1 billion users each. That's crazy. That's crazy how big that company is. So they have to be very careful about these releases. Any other questions? I think I'll wrap up there. Alright guys, thank you so much. Thank you for listening in. Wish you the very best on the event. Do well. Yeah? Alright.
Thank you so much, sir, for your impactful insights. Now I request the co-organizer of GDG St. Joseph's College of Engineering, Mr. Vigneshwaran, to felicitate as Chief Guest with a memento. Now we'll be having another Q&A session. This is open for all. If you have any doubts regarding the solution challenge, you can ask your questions.
Hello everyone. Everybody is active. So if you guys have any general questions, in the sense any general questions, you can ask now. So, everybody once again, you guys have been patient from the morning. It's going to be next 5 to 10 minutes and you gotta guys wind up. So this is a QR code for your feedback or sessions happen. You can scan it or take a picture if the network is too low. Just drop your thoughts, how it was, what can be improved. It's going to be a rating from 1 to 5. So it's going to be double click only.
As we come to the conclusion of this incredible event, we take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to those who made the Google Solution Challenge Bootcamp 2025 a grand success.
First and foremost, a huge thank you to Google, Hackerskill, NASCOM and our college management for their unwavering support and collaboration. Your contributions have been instrumental in bringing this event into life. A special thanks to Mr. Karti sir for his unwavering support in making this bootcamp a grand success.
We also thank the speakers, mentors and industry experts who share the knowledge and insights with us today. Your expertise has truly inspired and empowered every participant in this room.
Of course, Ria, none of this would have been possible without the tireless efforts of our GDG organizing team, volunteers and technical coordinators. Your dedication behind the scenes ensured a smooth and engaging experience for all of us.
And last, but definitely not least, a huge round shout out to you, our participants. Your enthusiasm, curiosity and drive to innovate are what makes events like this truly special.
Before we officially conclude this event, we encourage you all to network, exchange ideas and explore future collaborations. The connections you make today might just lead to the next big innovation.
With that, we officially bring the Google Solution Challenge Bootcamp 2025 hosted by GDG of St. Joseph's College of Engineering and St. Joseph's Institute of Technology to a close. May the insights and connections you have gained today fuel your journey towards success.
On behalf of St. Joseph College of Engineering and St. Joseph Institute of Technology, we are so honored to have you all for this remarkable experience. Until we meet again, keep learning, keep innovating and keep pushing boundaries. This is Abdul
and this is Ria signing off. Have a great evening.